Edwin Jacob Ellis is watching.
Nice. How can you can see who's watching? Oh, he said hey. Okay.
Yes, that's how I can see who's watching. When they say hey, I'm pretty sure they're watching.
Alright. Nice. So what, is Caleb joining us? You mentioned something about Caleb.
Caleb said he was, that's his full government name. Edwin Jacob Ellis. So when his mom gets mad at him, that's what she calls him. So Caleb, he mentioned possibly coming on. I mean,
I know Caleb.
yeah, he goes by Kalipa.
Oh, okay, yeah. Did
Kalipa / Caleb.
he got on another time with us, I thought, right?
I don't know that he's ever been on. I mean, he's been on my channel before, I think, and he has his own channel. Yes, I moved my office to my new place, and this is the new setup for now. And so, yeah, he's the Runaway Rascal. He's one of 15 children.
Oh wow, dang.
Yeah.
Oh, there's what is the painting behind you?
Which painting behind me? That one? That's just something my dad found in the garbage. Shh. He thinks the fact he found it in the garbage and nobody knows is like this big thing where he's like, hey, people think this is really great and I actually found it in the garbage.
Nice.
If you're asking about this is the photo shoot where I got my picture that I used for my profile pic, and I went and had pictures taken with Duke. So that's Duke.
Oh, did Duke
died.
pass away?
Yeah, I had to put him down 4 years ago.
Oh man, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
That's really
he was
sad.
14. He was 14. So
Wow.
yeah.
When 2019?
Somewhere around then, yeah. That's when I got happy.
Oh. Did you get happy as a puppy?
No, she was 6 when I got her. She's 10 now.
Oh wow. Nice. Was she already trained? House trained and everything?
Yeah.
What kind of dog is happy?
Mine.
Nice. Good answer. All right. Well, I can pray if you want before we start going, or
Yes, you should pray.
before I forget. All right. Heavenly Father, we come before you right now. I think this time we get to spend in your presence, and we just ask that you permeate this time, Lord, and this just that you fill our minds and our hearts and cause us to focus on you and glorify you and bring all honor to you. And we just ask that you open up our eyes to see new things and direct us. Father, I ask that you just direct us into what you're wanting to reveal to us tonight. In your name I pray. Amen.
Amen. Isn't that where they find all modern art?
In the trash?
Yep.
Nice. Nice. Well,
Okay. So what are we doing tonight, Jason?
yeah, I don't know. Well, I didn't know if Caleb shows up. I guess we can look at that psalm you were talking about. I went and read that today. I can't remember.
Psalm
What did you?
110?
Yeah, we don't have to do that right now, though. I had a few other questions I could maybe bring up.
Sure.
So what's with these the daughters of, I don't even know how you say it, Zelophehad?
Slavchat? Yeah, so the daughters of Slavchat. That is
Like, I'm just it's interesting because it's just brought up so many times in the first few books. Like, it's at least 3 times they bring it up.
in Nach in prophets and writings, or
No, just in I think maybe it's in Numbers, in Deuteronomy, and then in Joshua, I think.
Oh, it's brought up in Joshua again. Yeah, I know it
I
comes
think
up. So it comes up. Was it in Numbers or in Deuteronomy? So the daughters of Slofchad. Yeah, I mean they're very important. So because they say that their father died because of his sin. Rabbinic tradition tells us that. So let me see if I can find Slofchad. Daughters of Slofchad. I should show this on my screen. So, Sepharia actually has a whole whatchamacallit on daughters of Tzlofchad. The daughters of Tzlofchad were Tzlofchad's only 5 children. As only men were allowed to inherit their father's land, they were concerned that Tzlofchad's land would leave their family. They petitioned Moses, and God responded that if a man had no sons, daughters could inherit his land. So this whole story is in Numbers 27, and they're mentioned again in Numbers 36. And this is Sifrei is Midrash, and Numbers 36, Joshua 17. There you go. Numbers 26, Sifrei again. Rashi, Numbers 27, Numbers 26, Midrash Tanhuma. The Talmud in Baba Batra, Numbers 27 again. So
is it?
I mean, yeah.
Is it just? I mean, is that kind of the main point, that daughters can inherit if there are no sons, or is there more
No.
going on? Okay.
The main point is actually that they brought a question before Moses that Moses brought before God, and the Torah was changed. That's the big thing about it, is that that's the main lesson we learn out of it, is that is about how we conduct Jewish law.
Okay. Does that happen any other times where the Torah is changed that you know of?
Because of if that a commandment is changed. I'm trying to
Like
think.
the other thing that comes to mind is when there's that weird part where Moses gets mad because they leave the sacrifice without eating it, and then he says, I don't know, then Aaron and his sons say, we didn't eat it because such and such. I don't even remember. Let me see if I can find it. Gosh.
The only thing
Probably
I can
Leviticus.
think of, I'm not sure what you're talking about, but the only thing I can think of is Pinchas, because of and for some reason they also mention Pinchas in this sheet. Pinchas, because of what he did, became a Cohen, even though he was born to Aaron before Aaron died, before Aaron became a Cohen, and so he wasn't going to be a whatchamacallit?
A Cohen? Is that like a high
Yeah.
priest? What is it? Okay.
That's a priest, yeah. So
A priest. Okay.
yeah.
So why?
Ew. They allowed the Jewish Theological Seminary to have people on Sepharia. I should stop sending them money. I'm joking. What were you saying?
So the part I was thinking about was Leviticus 10 verse 16. It says, then Moses made careful inquiry about the goat of the sin offering, and there it was, burned up. And he was angry with Eleazar and Ithamar, the sons of Aaron, who were left, saying, Why have you not eaten the sin offering in a holy place, since it is most holy and God has given it to you to bear the guilt of the congregation, to make atonement for them before the Lord? See, its blood was not brought inside the holy place. Indeed, you should have eaten it in a holy place, as I commanded. And Aaron said to Moses, Look, this day they have offered their sin offering and their burnt offering before the Lord, and such things have befallen me. If I had eaten the sin offering today, would it have been accepted in the sight of the Lord? So when Moses heard that, he was content.
Yeah, but that's Moses being content. That's not...
Okay. I didn't know if there was some type of change or something, or what was going on there. This was kind of...
With the daughters of Slavchat, like, actually the halacha was changed. The Jewish law was changed because Moses brought their complaint before God, and God changed things. That's...
Okay.
I'm not aware... I'm trying to think if there's any other place where that happens, and I can't think of anything. What I was gonna say is, so Jewish tradition says, since they say that our father died because of his sins, because of his sin, I believe it was in the singular. Jewish tradition is that he was the guy who was caught gathering sticks on the Sabbath and was put to death.
Oh man, that makes it even better. I don't know why. It just that was a sad day for that guy. So what's the understanding with that? Was it like he was being rebellious, or was it just...
Jewish tradition
kind of left up in the air?
Actually says that he was trying to prove a point, but
okay.
So you have to understand, there's this concept in Jewish interpretation of the stories that are mentioned in the Bible, which is called Dakei Dakot, meaning the finest of the fine. And what we learn out of there is that really when, for example, it says that David was an adulterer and a murderer, or it says, for example, Reuven disturbed his father's bed and things like that. Jewish tradition is that the Torah explains things on our level, even if what actually happened is much more of a spiritually fine thing that by a normal person might not even be considered a sin. So, for example, I think it's Numbers 10. It's Bamidbar 10. Bamidbar is... What is Bamidbar? Bamidbar is Numbers, so it was 10. Maybe I'm thinking 30? Why can't I remember which...
What are you thinking of again? Which one?
The sin of Miriam?
Oh, okay. Yeah, where is that? Man,
Numbers
mine
12.
is Numbers 12. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, Numbers 12. So it says that Miriam and Aaron spoke against Moses because of the Cushite wife he had taken. Wow, that's a new way of thinking it. He took a Cushite wife. So the rabbis, when they actually explain this, they explain it in a much more fine manner, that it wasn't actually as bad as it seems. And basically almost everything in the Torah itself, ultimately the explanations are much more There's a YouTube link, Sandy. Also, you're on Twitch, Sandy. I don't know if you noticed.
Yeah, I dropped it in there for her if she wants to join.
Yeah. So, but when the Torah is describing sins of great people, it has to describe them in terms where we also understand the sin, right? So when it says that that David was an adulterer and a murderer, right? It's actually on the level of somebody like David. His whatever sin he committed was like murder or adultery, whereas in did I make any sense? Do you understand what I'm saying?
No, could you repeat that real quick?
Okay, so so God grades on a curve. Okay. So if, let's say, you're somebody who actually sees prophecy, right, and talks to God, and God talks back, right? So if you commit a small sin, and you're a person on that level, then that is considered like me committing murder, right?
Yeah,
because
that makes sense.
God's grading on a curve. But when the Torah explains things, it explains them in ways that the average person can understand. So the analogy I give is the Torah has to be understandable to a rabbi who has been studying it since he was a child, and now he's 90 years old, and at age 90, right, he's reading about the sin of David for the first time. I mean, for the 90th or 100th or God knows how many times, right? And it has to be something that he can relate to. The same way that, so a guy who's in Vegas and he just spent his last dollar that he doesn't have on credit on hookers and blow, right? And he goes back to his hotel room, and there's a Gideon Bible there, and he decides to open it up for the first time and read about David, right? So the Bible has to make sense to both of these people, right?
Yeah.
So the way we understand it is there's the first preliminary level in which you read the Bible. And then as you pay more attention to the precise details, you get a more and more nuanced view of exactly what happened, right? So the first time you read about David and Bathsheba, right? So it's pretty bad. It's really, really bad. But then when you're paying attention, you'll see that David says to God, I only sinned against you. What does that mean? I only sinned against you. He didn't sin against Bathsheba's husband? Well, the Talmud actually goes and explains like various things. And so, hello Matthew, I am very glad you found the channel. That's very nice of you to say, and you're very welcome to join us. Sandy says, where does it say he grades on a curve?
Luke. It's in Luke.
Really? In Luke? It says...
Yeah, Luke 12, starting at 42, Jesus gives another parable, and it basically says that.
Um,
Luke.
it basically,
12.
yeah, it doesn't say like those words exactly, great curve, but it kind of gives the same idea. You want me to read it? Or?
Starting at 42.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
All right. And the Lord said, "Who then is that faithful and wise steward who his master will make ruler over his household to give them their portion of food in due season? Blessed is that servant whom his master will find so doing when he comes. Truly I say to you that he will make him ruler over all that he has. But if that servant says in his heart, 'My master is delaying his coming,' and begins to beat the male and female servants, and to eat and drink and be drunk, the master of that servant will come on a day when he is not looking for him, and at an hour when he is not aware, and will cut him in two, and appoint his portion with the unbelievers. And that servant who knew his master's will, and did not prepare himself, or do according to his will, shall be beaten with many stripes. But he who did not know, yet committed things deserving of stripe, shall be beaten with few. For everyone to whom much is given, from him much will be required. And to whom much has been committed, of him they will ask more."
Yep.
So it's basically verse 47 and on, I think, is what the kind of the gist
I mean,
of it. But,
yeah, that's basically it. I mean, God is just, and it is something that is, parable of the talents. I was thinking
that's a good one
of.
too.
I mean, where in the Torah does it say that God grades on a curve? Well, the story of, there's plenty of stories you see that, like, God is much more harsh on some people than he is on other people. I've never heard that section described as grading on a curve. Interesting. But you see it all the time. You see, like, God is much, I don't want to say harsher, but he's more exacting on the people to whom he has given much, as opposed to people that he hasn't. And frankly, even like, if you're listening to Paul Vanderklay talk about Romans, right? Even Paul's understanding of Romans is very similar. So even Paul of Tarsus might have gotten something right.
What do you mean, the part in Romans 7 or something about before the law?
Oh,
That,
I
I don't know.
yeah.
I don't know.
Me trying to understand what Paul of Tarsus is saying is not easy. I try, but like, I'm going to.
She can't believe you said that. You say that all the time.
Yeah, I always say Paul sometimes gets things right. I don't think grading on a curve is quite right. That would suggest God compares you to the average or mean goodness, which is a different idea than him having a higher standard for people with more. Yeah, I guess maybe grading on a curve isn't. God is just. That's how you say it. God is just. And like, a just judge judges you based on your capabilities. And since God gave you all of your capabilities and he knows everything, so he knows what you're capable of. He knows what you're not capable of. And so, yeah.
Yeah, there's a part in Proverbs that kind of reminds me of it, where he says something like, "When you come before God and you say, 'Surely we did not know this,' and then it says something like, 'Does not God who weighs the hearts consider that?' or something like that." So that's kind of another part. I guess it's not in the first 5 books, but I don't know. It seems like it's there, and it seems like it's at least within the story, like you're talking about. You kind of pick up on it, but
I think it definitely is in the story. I mean, just looking at Genesis, you see with Abraham and everything that goes on. Like, I think it's just one of those givens that if you're paying attention to the Bible, God judges fairly, and you can't be fair if you judge people the same regardless of have I ever been wrong? I'm just waiting for the day I make a mistake so I know what it's like to be wrong.
Yeah, I haven't been listening to Paul's thing on Romans. I think is he still doing that, or did he do that a while back?
No, I think he's still in Romans, yeah. I
Wait,
haven't
maybe
been listening as much.
Yeah, I did listen to him get in the. Gosh, what was it? He said something that I thought was kind of interesting. Oh yeah, he said something about when you guys were talking about baptism in the Jordan River. He was said something about that, and Paul said something about how it sounded like he thought it was wrong that Christians were getting rebaptized in the Jordan River or something.
Oh, you didn't know about this?
Why is that so bad?
Because Paul said there's one baptism. Getting baptized again is like one of the worst things you can possibly do.
Oh, I didn't know that. Man.
Well, if
I think
you're
you
a
get
Baptist,
baptized all the
it's
time.
not. No. Like when the Anabaptists started rebaptizing people, so they were put to death by drowning all over Europe because they were like, we'll baptize you.
Oh man, that's crazy. I just thought baptism was just being submerged underwater. I thought it was just like a
in Judaism, like
rebirth.
Very pious Jews go to the mikvah daily. I used to try to go every week. A lot of people go every week. Religious Jews certainly go at least once a year. But yeah. Oh, do you know the story of Rav Zusha?
He did it 7 times, right?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, like frankly, like sprinkling water at people, like how that's a baptism, I'll never get. But yeah.
Oh man.
So do you know the story of Reb Zusha that Fraudwith is telling us? We should.
No, let's hear it.
So the Rebbe Reb Zusha was the brother of the Rebbe Reb Melech, Rabbi Elimelech of Lizhinsk, and they are two of the most prominent students of the Baal Shem Tov, of the founder of Hasidism, so Hasidic rabbis. And Reb Zusha was known as being an incredibly humble but rather poor man. The Rebbe Reb Melech, his brother, published many books and was actually quite rich. And when Reb Zusha was on his deathbed, he started crying, and his students asked him, "Rabbi, why are you crying?" And he said, "Because I am afraid of the day of judgment." And they said, "But Rabbi, you're such a holy and pious man. Like, you're more pious than all of us. If you're afraid of the day of judgment, then what about us?" And so Reb Zusha said, "I am not afraid that on the day of judgment they're going to ask me, 'Why were you not like Moses? I wasn't born to be Moses. I was not Moses.' And I'm not even afraid that they're going to ask me, 'Why aren't you like your brother, the Rebbe Reb Melech?' Because I wasn't him. I wasn't born to be him. But I know that on the day of judgment they're going to ask me, 'Why weren't you Zusha?' And for that, I'm not going to have an answer."
Wow. It's pretty heavy.
Yeah, Reb Zusha. Reb Zusha was there's several stories of him. There's a book which is considered basically the founding document of the Hasidic dynasty that I kind of subscribe to, and it's called Tanya, and the subtitle of the book is how to be an intermediate person. Like, not how to be a saint, not be a wicked person, but just how to be an intermediate person, right? Just and so one of the questions was, which many people ask, is, so why isn't it a book on how to be a saint? Why is it a book just to be an intermediate person? And so the Rebbe Reb Zusha was asked to write an approbation on this book, and I think he actually did write an approbation on the book. I don't know if this is in the approbation. I don't think it is. But he, when he read the book, he said, Halavai Beinani, if only I could be an intermediate person. And of course, he was a very saintly person. But he saw himself as somebody who, if only he could be an intermediate person. But that's one of the central teachings of Hasidic philosophy, is to always, even if you're not, you should always see yourself as if, and it's actually a halacha in Maimonides. He says that a person should always see the world as if it's hanging in the balance, that there's exactly half good and half bad, and if I just turn it a little bit good, then that's going to turn the whole world towards good, and if I turn it a little bit towards bad, that's going to turn the entire world towards bad. And that's one of the basic ethical teachings of Judaism, that you should even if you realize you're actually a putz, you should always see the world as if, okay, I could do something good and make the world be mostly good, or I could do something bad and I could make the world mostly bad, regardless of what your history is.
Yeah. I think that even plays into the whole God judges on a curve thing too. Is if you actually become more saintly, you can either become self-righteous, or you can kind of realize, or that there's this weight that kind of hits you where you realize, like, okay, now I'm given more, and now it's almost like you kind of find yourself in that place, like, man, if I could just be a good person. Like, it almost humbles you or something, in a way.
It's funny. I was listening to this kind of debate on this channel between Doug Wilson, who's this YouTube reform pastor, and somebody else, and they were talking about hamartiology, which is your theology of sin, and they were like getting so deep into it. They were getting so deep into, like, splitting hairs, like, is this a sin you should confess? Is this not a sin you should confess? Is it, like, when does it become temptation and it's a sin, and it's when it's not? And it's like, guys, you don't have to, and this was the comment I put on the YouTube video, you don't have to write a PhD dissertation every time you pray to God on exactly the nature of your sin, right?
Yeah.
You realize, okay, I am the putz that I am, and I have the sins that I do, and you pray to God that tomorrow you'll be a little bit better than you were today. And if you're a little bit better than you were yesterday, then you should be happy. And if you're a little bit worse, then you should try to change that. But like, to sit there and like, they were going into like such incredible. It was just kind of
Sounds
funny.
like a video I don't want to watch. It sounds like one that would just frustrate me.
Yeah.
I don't know how you sit through those.
Oh, I love stuff like that. But it was like,
Really?
for me to say, dude, chill with the nuance. Like,
Yeah.
that's not something I often say. So Sandy says to consider standing where you can see both ways like that, and simply turning, having such a weight. I'm not sure I understand what you're saying, Sandy.
I think she was talking about the standing on the world, and you can tip it
Being
either way.
intermediary.
Yeah.
Yeah, seeing
So-
the world as a thing. Yeah. But Jacob, don't you know we're totally depraved? I'm not totally depraved. I'm just a tiny bit depraved. Yeah. Okay, so that was Daughters of Slavchad.
Yeah. That was another one that came up a few times too. It was the I don't even know how to say it. Havot Hayer or something. Sure, it's the towns of. It's like Jair. Is how it's spelled. Know what I'm talking about? I can look up the part because that
If
comes
you
up a
tell
lot
me
too.
the verse, I can.
I'll get it.
I think you asked about this already. Though,
I probably
once.
did. This comes up. I don't know why it's just repeated so much. It's in Judgment though. 'Cause I just read it again. That's probably why it's fresh on my mind. It was
First Judges or second Judges?
what? There's Judges. There's
Oh,
Judges.
sorry, I'm
There's-
thinking Kings.
Oh,
Judges. Yeah, there's
Where
only
is
one
it?
Judges. Judges what?
Judges 10 verse 3.
10 verse
Oh.
3.
Yeah, that's it. Is it which called the town?
Well, in a
that's
Jewish
just
Bible,
one-
it's actually verse 4. And
Oh,
Chavot Yair.
yeah. That one just
The
it comes up in one.
villages of Yair. See Numbers 32:41. Numbers 32:41. Yair, son of Menashe, went and conquered their villages and called them Chavot Yair. Well, it was his name, and he called them that.
Okay. That's what I mean. It's just like it's kind of like the daughters thing. It's just like on the outset, like you're talking about. It's like you read it, and I'm just like, okay, that it is what it is. But then it's repeated so many times that I'm like, there has to be a lot more going on here that it would get repeated this much.
So
Like there's
Rashi
there's
says,
little nuggets in there.
Rashi says Yair didn't have his own children, so he named the villages after himself as a memorial.
That's weird because I thought in Judges it said he had 30 sons. What the heck? He had 30 sons who rode on 30 donkeys. They also had 30 towns, which are called Havot Yair.
Yair? Hold on. Why is this? Go away.
Weird.
Go away.
I don't know. We're not
He
talking
had
about this.
30 sons who. No, but that. Oh, this is Yair the Gileadite, and he had 30 sons. He's not the same guy who named those things.
Oh, he's not? Oh.
Because
These are
the
called-
guy in Numbers is... No,
I
that
thought it was the
is.
same-
Moshe gave Gilad to Machir, son of Menashe. I'm confused too.
I don't know.
Rashi says...
I confused you, yes.
Hold on, let me see.
I'm trying to think of where else it is. For some reason, I thought it was.
Rashi says... There are no super commentaries on here. Where's
Huh.
the Gur Aryeh and the Siftei Chachamim and all the super commentaries I need of Rashi? Where
Well,
do
that's
I
all right. It
find
might not be
the
a-
Maharal?
It might not be that interesting of a topic. I've just always been curious about it because it's just one of those that it's repeated. So I'm just like, there's got to be some nuggets here that I'm just not familiar with.
Gur Aryeh on Bereshit. Why don't we have Gur Aryeh on Torah? There we go. We were looking at Numbers. Numbers is Bamidbar. I think Numbers is Bamidbar. So Bamidbar 32:41. 32. There is no Gur Aryeh on that. 32:38. Do they have the Mizrahi on here? Mizrahi. Yes, they have the Mizrahi, and we were looking at what, Numbers 32:41? Numbers
Sure.
32:41. Mizrahi. 38. No. 32:41. There's no Mizrahi on it either.
Huh.
I don't know what to tell
mystery.
you. The two
a
super
mystery.
commentaries I always go to on Rashi
Weird.
do not comment.
That's strange.
And
Well, who knows? Maybe it'll get revealed at some point. I don't know. It's just, it wouldn't intrigue me so much if it was just there once. But I think the fact that it's like throughout multiple books, it gets brought up, and it's almost like this weird caveat or side note. It just seems kind of strange that it's thrown in there. And I'm always just been like, wait, here, someone left a comment. He says they're two different people. Gileadite is like calling someone a New Yorker.
it is. Gilead. So Gilead is a place.
The balm of Gilead.
Yes,
Gilead.
the bomb. You also spent too much time on the Raven, didn't you?
On
Yeah.
the Raven. What
Yeah.
does that mean?
The Raven by Edgar Allan Poe. The poem.
Oh no, I have no idea.
You don't know that. So
I have heard it. I don't know.
he asks, "Is there no balm in Gilead?"
Yeah, that's in the Bible though.
Yes, but I learned about it because in English class we were like studying Edgar Allan Poe.
Oh, okay. Yeah, if I studied Edgar Allan Poe in school, I don't remember it, so I have no idea. Who knows?
How dare you?
I've heard some of his stuff, but I've never.
Chavot
Greek.
Yair only shows up 6 times in the Bible. I don't know why you think it's so big. 6
What?
times.
What?
Numbers
Only 6 times?
32:41,
Yeah.
Deuteronomy 3:14, Judges 10:4, 1
Alright,
Kings
are you
4:13,
Is
First
it in-
Chronicles 2.
It is in Joshua. Okay, I thought it was in Joshua.
Joshua 13:30.
That's not a lot? That seems like a lot to me.
It's 6 times. It is 6 times.
I don't know.
But it's the name of a place.
Yeah, but it's the whenever it names that place, I think it usually says, that says this guy named this place after his own name or something like that, and so he called these towns.
Okay,
And
and
that's
I have to qualify. When the Bible says something was named because of X, Y, and Z, that does not mean that that's why it was named. That's not what the Bible is doing. Okay?
What's it doing?
So, for example, when it says Moses was named Moses because he was drawn out of the water, Mashituhu, right? That doesn't mean that when he was named, he was named after the Egyptian name. Or when we say that Egypt is named Mitzrayim, which in Hebrew means place of boundaries, that's not Egypt had a name. It's called Masr in Arabic. And so the Bible actually will give spiritual reasonings for names of things.
Mm-hmm.
That's not giving you an etymology. That's not saying that, the history is that the person who named it that actually knew Hebrew and understood that that's the reasoning. I just have to make that clear.
But that intrigues me more. That's why I'm intrigued by this.
Yeah,
not because
the spiritual,
not because of the etymology.
Right, the spiritual derivation that the Bible gives is important, but
What is this?
it bothers me when people read it as if, Moses was a Hebrew name. It's no. Moses, the people. When God revealed the Torah, saying Moses' name comes from being drawn out of the water, it's not telling you that Moses isn't an Egyptian name. It's not telling you that Moses is a Hebrew name. That's not what it's saying. Just wanted to make that clear.
Good point. Glad you clarified that. I was laughing at Luke's comment over here.
Dominic
Luke should hop in
says,
here, man.
Gilead's Island. There's 11 people watching and nobody wants to join us. Nobody likes you. They love me. They don't like you. Then me thought the air grew denser, perfumed by an unseen censor. I'm guessing that's part of the Raven. Why did the Bible plagiarize Poe? I memorized the Raven in college for a lit class. I believe you. Is Jason a Noahide yet? Jeez, are you a Noahide, Jason?
Not that I do knows anymore. God. I don't think I am.
You don't think you are? Oh, sorry. I think Jason is too Jesus-pilled to be a Noahide. Lame, level up JS. Who's wrong? This may be your first time. Balm of Gilgalad. I don't know wrong. Is that another friend of yours? You have all these friends, Jason.
No, it's not. I don't know who that is. No.
Me neither.
Could be. We could be friends with him now. So we could. We did kind of drop on Galatians. We didn't get back into that. So we could always do that as well. But I don't know that it'd be much help because, I do think reading it. I don't know. It's weird because reading it from a Christian context with the Christian background, it reads one way, and then reading it from Jewish context, it totally reads a different way, and that's why I feel like there's
I have no clue what he's saying. And Garth, if I knew that movers would move things as easily and as well as they did, I would never, ever, 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 ever move myself ever again, and I will not, because the guys who moved my stuff, oh my god, it was just so easy, and I just, it was beautiful. I gave them a lot more money than they charged. Because it was worth it.
Did they pack it too?
Yeah, everything, like, and they were so quick, and they, like, oh my god, I can't believe they got this desk here as easily as they did. I didn't think this desk would fit out of my office door, and like they got it up the 2 flights of stairs here like it was nothing.
Dang, that's crazy. Once I had to move. Me and my dad had to move a sleeper sofa off like 2 flights of stairs, and that was hell. Yeah. Anyways.
Well, these guys, they really knew what they were doing, and they had all the equipment, and part of what made it easier was, so they had like this plastic wrap that they wrapped around my desk, and then it made it a lot easier for them to hold it onto it with the plastic wrap, like as handles. So like, yeah.
Wow. So did they move it? Did they like undo, like take everything out of your drawers, or they just wrapped it all in plastic and then moved it all in?
They just wrapped everything. Although,
that's
like
nice.
they would have
That's
done,
nice.
they would have done anything. Like I didn't make them do like, I didn't really. It was the first time I'd used a mover, so I wasn't really sure. So I actually took all my electronics, put them in my car. I was like, okay, they can destroy anything, and I won't mind too much. But they didn't. They moved things much more nicely than I did. Garth was a truck mover once. Tough work.
This is tough.
Have you seen videos of Japanese movers? That is real service. I have not. I have no idea who these Japanese movers are.
I don't know. I don't know either.
Okay, Jason.
So-
what are we? What are we? You're
keep asking me that.
interrupting.
No.
You're interrupting my Bible study with all this stupid moving talk. Why do you do that, Jason?
I'm not. This is the comments. You're reading the comments. It was Garth, not me.
Oh. Okay.
So I don't care. We could either talk about whatever, Galatians or Baal of Tarsus, or we could talk about Ruth. Maybe I might have some questions about Ruth.
What are your questions about Ruth?
All right, that's where you want to go. I was talking to Cal the other night. He had called me, and somehow it came up. I had drawn this picture a while back of, it was a watercolor painting or whatever of Ruth, and it had the reapers coming down and everything. And I was kind of playing on the part in Revelation where it talks about, I guess, I don't know if it's supposed to be an image of Christ, but it talks about this. Basically, there's this figure in heaven who's sitting on a cloud. He's holding a sharp sickle, and he says, "Thrust in your sharp sickle and reap the harvest, for the harvest of the earth is fully ripe." And then that kind of combined with the parable Christ gives, as in like the reapers being the angels and reaping the whole harvest of the earth. And I always kind of thought Ruth is kind of a mini version of that, or like more immediate version of like almost like a cosmic image or something. Like you have this Lord of the harvest, Boaz, and then all the reapers of the field, and then this foreign feminine figure who somehow gathers the remnant of all of the harvest that's left.
Well, I mean,
I don't know where I'm going with this.
Gleaning. So, there are 3 forms of charity that, as a farmer, you are required to required to give to the poor. So it's shikha, peah, and lekach, I think it's called. So you have to leave the corners of your field. You can't harvest the corners of your field. You have to leave gleanings of your field. You can't go back a second time, and you have to leave any forgotten sheaves. So if you bind a sheave and you forget it, you can't go back for it. Okay? So I believe those are the 3 forms of things you have to leave. And so the poor were allowed to come and gather those things. And that is what Ruth does. So
Okay. Yeah, so that same law or logic, I guess, would apply to God then, right? And when he gathers his harvest, he would leave some gleanings for the poor.
well, that's how we explain the existence of evil.
Okay, wait. Say more about this. What do you mean?
So the idea is, so God doesn't. So there are the things which God provides for from His face, and there are things which God provides for kind of like over His shoulder, from behind, as it were, right? And so the idea is that God's good overflows, and that's what allows for the existence of evil. And that's the overflowing, right? So back to Cain and Abel, right? So
Okay, I see.
why does God allow Abel to continue living? You know, if you haven't Tomer Devorah, the date palm of Deborah, is a Kabbalistic work, and Dr. Henry Abramson, everybody calls him rabbi, but he's not actually a rabbi, he's actually a history professor, has a YouTube channel, and he has a series on the Tomer Devorah, which is really beautiful, and I highly recommend.
Yeah, what is this again? Say it one more time. Tomer
Let me find it.
on the YouTube thing. I'm gonna look it up here.
I've linked it on my Discord several times.
Oh. Tomer Devorah. Is it? Who was the guy's name again?
Henry Abramson. Here, I'm putting the link in the chat.
Okay.
Free download, Kabbalah of Forgiveness. That's his book on Tomer Devorah.
Ah, nice. Cool. Alright, I got it on YouTube.
And Sandy
That's
says,
interesting.
wait, what?
Know what she's referencing. It's probably something I said. Yeah, it was kind of interesting. And then, even when the king of Babylon, so he comes and he carries Israel away. Babylon. There's a remnant that's left that he leaves in Jerusalem, and it's the poor. So there's kind of like this weird thing going on there too, where like there's this, he's leaving the edges of the field or something, or the poor, I don't know, the remnant that's left behind. I don't know if it's directly connected. There just seemed to be something going on there. And here's a question though: does Ruth? Because I know they're supposed to leave the edges of the field for and whatever the second, whatever they don't get the first time is left for the poor. Is it the fatherless and the widow, right?
And
does
the stranger.
And the stranger. And does Ruth qualify all of those?
She's a widow and a stranger. I don't know about being an orphan. I think she was too old to be considered an orphan.
Okay. Because I know.
Before I forget, so this'll blow Sandy's mind, and that's worth it. So in Judaism, we believe in reincarnation, right? And we believe that reincarnation is kind of like when you flunk a grade. And so...
That sounds just so awful.
Well, I mean, if you don't do everything in this life that you were meant to do, God like gives you second and third and fourth and fifth and however many chances to actually.
What happens
like,
if you kill yourself?
You'll-
You just
Well, actually,
gotta come right back.
yes, God creates evil, but God doesn't create evil in the same straightforward manner as He creates good.
So, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. You were talking to Sandy about reincarnation.
Well, that's why I had to go look this up. Beit Manos, if I am remembering it correctly. Yes. This is one of my favorite Mishnahs. Hu Haya Omer. So this is Mishnah Avot, Sayings of the Fathers, 4:22. He would say, "Those that are born will die, and those that are dead will be revived, and the living will be judged. It is necessary to make known and to become conscious that He is God, He is the Maker, He is the Creator, He is the Understander, He is the Judge, He is the Witness, He is the litigant, and He is destined to judge. Blessed be He who has before Him no wrong, no forgetfulness, no respect of persons, no taking of bribes, for all is His, and know that everything is according to the reckoning. And do not let your evil impulse assure you that the netherworld is a place of refuge for you, because against your will you were created, and against your will you were born, and against your will you live, and against your will you die, and against your will you are destined to give account and reckoning before the King of Kings, the Holy One, blessed be He." Yeah, I love that Mishnah, and it's actually a lot more beautiful in the Hebrew. Yeah, he says, I just read Pirkei Avot. That was my favorite thing. Yeah, it's beautiful, right? But like, and Pirkei Avot is full of like great things. But yeah, this is one of my favorites. And so that's the explanation that the Kabbalists give for why these generations are so much lower spiritually than previous generations. Because just imagine being in a class where almost everybody flunked.
Okay.
So
And
like that's us.
The generation where because we're the later generation, so
Yep.
we're the ones that have already flunked before. How is
Yeah,
it helpful
so-
if you don't remember anything from your past life?
Good question.
Just because
Rabbi Isaac Luria 500 years ago said that already in his generation fewer than 1 out of 10,000 people were new souls.
fewer than one. That's not very many.
Yeah, vast majority of people are flunkies like the rest of us.
Wait, fewer than one. So wait, how does that work? You just said there was fewer than 1 out of 10,000.
Yeah, fewer. So at least 9,999 people out of every 10,000 are. This is not their first life.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. I see.
Mm-hmm. It's an interest. It is interesting how often it says against your will when free will is such a part of becoming a Christian. Well, I mean, free will is an important thing, but free will. So, like the Talmud says, Hakol b'dei shemayim chutz mirat shemayim. Everything is in the hands of heaven except the fear of heaven. How many new souls? The Talmud says that Ra HaKadosh Baruch Hu, that God saw she tzadikim mu'atem hem, that righteous people are few. Lefichach hafizeram b'chol hadorot. Therefore, He spread them out among the generations, and we believe there's always at least 36 righteous people in every generation. Is only a part of the previous soul that comes in a Gilgal. The part that was not corrected. This is also correct. Yes.
Wait, what does that mean? A Gilgal?
Oh, reincarnation.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Huh.
So like, it's you get second chances, but like when it's kind of like, if you get the answer right, you get to keep that answer. But if you get the answer wrong, you get to try again.
Yeah, but I swear, what do you do with things like memory at that point? Because, like, what would you do with your family in this life and the way they know you and the way you know them if you had to come
You're
back
taking
and do it
this
again?
way too literally, Jason.
Well, how's that literal? I mean, why wouldn't I take it literal? We're experiencing it.
You're experiencing it, but like, it's the same way as we say that like you're only half a soul, right? Your wife has the other half of your soul.
Okay.
So like, if you're sitting there like doing fractions and you're like, well, how can I be half a soul? And what if I marry two women? And what if I marry a seventh wife? And then after we get resurrected, whose wife is she going to be? Then Jesus is going to laugh at you and say, stop taking things so literally.
Yeah, I guess I see what you're saying. I guess maybe I am. I don't know. I guess I'm thinking, like, if you lose, I would think whatever makes up your soul is part of what you know, like what you actually remember and the relationships you've encountered. So to lose those and to have those wiped clean, in order
That's
to
not
reincarnate.
what your soul is. Not your memories. This world is fleeting. Your soul is that part of you which is innately and eternally connected to God.
Okay, so is there a difference in Judaism between soul and between spirit, or are they the
Yes.
same thing?
So okay. You have hopefully, if you merit it, you have 4 different types of soul: nefesh, ruach, neshama, and chaya. What was it? Yeah. And you have half of those. Your wife has the other half of those. So you kind of have 2 souls, but you actually have 4 halves of souls.
Okay. So then what does Jesus mean?
Like, why did I think you were like CRC? Because you know way too much Judaism to be... and Yechida is only for Jews. But you were saying?
Oh no. Well, Jesus says, "I'll tell you whom you should fear." Like when he's saying, "Don't fear men," I'll tell you whom you should fear. Fear God, who can destroy both body and soul in hell. So how would a Jewish person read that? Of like your soul, if the soul is the part that is eternally existing with God, what does that mean? Does it just mean what do you think it means?
It could be wiped clear. Like,
yeah.
Like God can... So what I would say is the job of your soul is to make an imprint on your nefesh, which is your material soul, and to the degree that it makes an impact, that's... But if it makes no impact whatsoever, right? I think I've talked to you about this idea of there are those who hell will end and their suffering will not.
I think
Right?
you mentioned this before. Can you explain it again?
Yeah, so there's this idea that heaven is being aware of the impact that
Oh, yeah.
your life had in the world, right?
I remember
All of
this,
your
yeah,
good
yeah.
deeds, right,
Mhm.
are eternal, and that is recognizing the good, recognizing the good effects that you have had eternally. That's heaven. But
Mhm.
you also recognize all the bad effects, right? So if you are a person who gets to go to heaven, right, you also have this aspect of eternally remembering all of the things you failed to do, whereas somebody who has no good in them whatsoever, world to come. Did I do that or did you do that?
I didn't do that. That's really weird. It's a
That
ghost.
is
We get a ghost. Oh my
weird.
God.
Derek is watching us.
I know Derek. I do know Derek.
I think this is Derek. Is it? I don't. Is
I
it
don't
the
think you
same
met. I
Derek?
don't think you met. No,
Oh,
he's-
it's your friend Derek, not my friend Derek.
I know him actually, like personally, not through Discord or something. So, yeah, he's.
Is
I don't
memory
think he's been around
different than
Discord.
knowing? Yeah, I guess it would be.
I
But
guess I was just thinking, get reincarnated. That kind of alters your soul. I guess maybe it doesn't. In my mind, I was thinking, well, then it does. So then you're just kind of a completely different person at that point. So you're not really reincarnated because you don't have the same memories, the same relationships, this or that. What made
right.
you?
So
It's gone.
reincarnation. So people who are more exact in their language will actually talk about transmigration of souls, as opposed
Okay.
to reincarnation. And it's different composites, right? Like Fraudwith said, like only sections of your soul transmigrate, and that's why, I mean, people take this stuff way too literally. Once you're doing like math, like the people who are like, well, if I have 4 half souls, does that mean I have 2 whole souls? It's like, no, you don't get it. You're being way too literal.
I see what you're saying, but you're the one who's always doing math when it comes to the Trinity. So, touche.
Hey, all I have to say about the Trinity is 3 gods is way better than what Gentiles used to have as gods. So, like, you guys are almost there. You're
You wanna
down
get it
to
down.
3 gods.
Yeah.
Like, just
Yeah.
2 more to go, and you'll be there. Like, I'm rooting
You know-
for you.
We'll get there. Don't worry about it. Yeah, it is a weird thing. Another thing. I saw you tagged.
Oh, yeah,
I guess
that-
it was you tagged some video. I watched that. It was a short video, I think, and he was talking
Yeah.
about. Gosh, I can't remember what it was anymore. Something about the Trinity.
Yeah, so this Protestant guy,
Yeah, I
this
think he
Protestant-
ended on some verse, and he read the verse. And the way he interpreted it sounded a lot different than what I would have thought. But something about glorify your son the way I had with the glory I had with you before the world began, or something like that. I don't know.
Yeah, this is the one.
Let's see. Let me do this thing here. Oh, I did the wrong one. There it is. All right. Yeah, Jesus, not God. Yeah, I watched that
Yeah.
one.
Yeah, so he was talking about the monarchical trinity, and I actually found out about this because Dale Tuggy was doing a victory lap on Facebook. Do you know who Dale Tuggy is?
No.
Because he thinks that going to the monarchical trinity is a step towards Unitarianism.
Unitarian. Okay. So were you pleased with this video?
I would be much happier if the vast majority of Christians believed in the monarchical trinity than the fully polytheistic trinity.
Fully polytheist trinity. What is? So that means just the three you're talking about.
The
The
egalitarian
three,
trinity, yeah, the
Okay.
Western trinity.
There's
as
too
opposed
much.
to the-
It's too much for me, man. This Trinity thing. Like I could describe it to you, and I would probably, because I've described the way I perceive it to even other Christians, and then I just kind of walk away, and I'm like, well, I guess I'm not a Christian then, because I would think I probably believe it more closer to the monarchical Trinity thing. But then when he started saying stuff at the end, I was like, I'm not really sure what he's talking about. But then there's all these different terms for it. Like apparently, so this past Saturday, I had this meeting with my sisters about their ministry that they have. So there was like an all-day meeting, and they were talking about that. But then two of the girls that were there brought up how I guess this past year, Stephen Furtick has been getting in trouble because I guess he's been preaching modalism, which is like some other Trinity thing. And I'm just like, there's too many of these things going on. And everybody gets their panties in a wad over it. And I'm like, what is happening? It's just, it's crazy, man.
When it comes down to it, like, barely anybody can describe the Trinity without being some sort of heretic.
Yeah, it's frustrating. And I was talking to Luke Thompson about it today in a chat because I was just telling him, I was like, it's weird because I don't even know where to start because the girls I was talking, like most Christians I know personally, I don't even know how to even really ask about the Trinity because it's like it's a mystery, but then everybody has their idea of it already that's so formed that it's kind of a closed discussion.
If Jesus didn't teach it, why do you need to know about it?
I don't know. I don't know.
I think anybody who believes in the Trinity has to answer to me why Jesus didn't think it was important to at least give a parable or some sort of creed or something you could say that would be like, okay, I believe this and it's fine. And it's like, no. So, frankly...
Well, it's a really weird thing because it's just... that's the thing I run into, I think... I'm not even trying the right way to put it. I guess I just don't even know where to start when it comes to other Christians when talking about it. Because I don't know if I just need to ask certain questions because I'm like... when I was talking to my mom... I don't know if I should air this out there. This was that conversation I mentioned to you where like I had this kind of intense theological discussion with my parents or whatever. But my mom said this statement and my reaction was just like it wasn't bad. Like I wasn't mad or anything. It was just very blunt and I don't know why I wish I wouldn't have said it so blunt because I think she said something like, well, I'm not a part of the Trinity. And then I was just like, you should be. And I was like, I kind of regret saying it like that, but I was just so, and I don't even know why I did. It just came out of my mouth like, you should be. But then it was just, it's weird because a lot of Christians will say like, well, if you believe in Christ, then you're a part of the Trinity. Like, most Christians would say that, but then they still have this weird thing in their, I don't know how they can like compartmentalize it because then they have this weird thing where like, the Trinity is separate and they're not a part of it, but then they are a part of it. And I'm like, I just don't even know where to begin because I'm like, you talk about the Trinity, but then what do you do with theosis? What do you do with the bride of Christ? Like, what do you do with all these things? I don't know.
I agree with you 100%. The Trinity is bullshit and everybody should just stop talking about it.
Well, I also recently discovered
it's in Hinduism, I guess, as well. They have a
Is it? Oh well, yeah.
uh,
There's
Brahma,
there.
Vishnu, and Shiva.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, that may be a kind of. Yeah, whatever.
I don't know. Don't quote me on this. I don't know much about Hinduism. So
No, next time I am talking to Hindus, I will say Jason Schweitzer said,
Yeah.
"You believe in a Trinity, and if you don't, you're not Hindu anymore." Because Jason gets to decide who's Hindu and who's not.
Well, there's this pattern keeps appearing though. Is like, so you have, and it appears quite a lot, and it's a pattern of 3. But you have, I mean, you talk about it some too, but not in like terms of Trinity or anything. But you'll talk about like, what is it, justice and mercy? Like there's kind of a right hand and a left hand,
There-
and then kind of
yeah,
something
there
in the
are-
middle.
There are triads. I have nothing against the number 3. I am not morally opposed to the number 3. Right? I have nothing against the number 2 or the number 4 and the number 5. Right? Like, there are things that come in 2s, and there are things that come in 3s, and there are things that come in 4s. And, like, I am not opposed to the number 3. I have no, like, prejudice or bigotry in my heart against the number 3.
Yeah. Well, because even that joke you told, because you mentioned Christians being one way, and then you have like the Muslims being another way, and then there's Judaism kind of in the middle, and then you told that joke.
The
about
correct
the,
one, yeah.
The three different Jews. How one was like, they saw the guy like shoveling poop on the Sabbath or something.
Yeah.
And it was kind of a similar pattern of 3. And then in Hinduism, when I was looking it up, there's like Brahma and Vishnu, and then in the middle there was Shiva. That kind of is like, I think
The
supposed to be
dialectic,
something like the unifying force. I don't know.
yeah. There's nothing wrong with the idea of dialectic. There's nothing wrong. What are you
What is
doing,
that?
Jason?
I didn't do it. I don't know what's happening.
Why are you ruining everything, Jason?
We're talking about the wrong.
I think it may be my connection. I'm not sure. I tried, like,
I think it's a
yeah.
ghost.
You think it's a
We're
ghost?
talking about we're talking about too much stuff here. Getting into too many deep secrets. The things of God. Like the
Could
spirit
be
messing
Could
with
be.
our connection.
demons.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad you like the number 3 because have you seen the School of Rock video? 3 is the magic number.
I
Check it out. You should check it out.
important theological School of Rock video. Yes.
Yeah. Did you ever watch those as a kid?
Yeah, of course I did. I watched way.
Did
too
you
much.
really?
I watched
Oh, wow.
way too much TV as a kid. I watched, yeah.
Did you
Clown
watch
of
it when you were
Babylon?
Okay.
Did
that's
I
it.
watch what? Clown. What are you
just
doing, Jason? Why are you ruining everything?
I don't understand why it keeps doing. All right, what
I
did you
heard-
say? I heard Jews.
I heard Jews don't mention the number 3 in their synagogues. If
Probably
only
not,
the
'cause
rabbis
most
hadn't hidden the number 3 from Jews, they would come to Christ.
That's funny.
The forbidden number 3.
Oh, so when you, how old were you when you lived in Iran? You were young, right?
I think I was 6 when we left.
Okay, so you were. So, do you have a lot of memory from there? Or-
I have only bad memories. I have all kinds of bad traumatic memories from Iran.
So you didn't watch School of Rock over there? You need to
No,
get it over
the only thing I remember watching was this commercial they had for becoming a martyr. I'm not even joking. Like, there was this commercial that they used to run on TV all the time where,
Yeah.
like, people were going off to the war to become martyrs, and, like, there were fountains of blood and, like, little kids trying to sneak into the army, but they wouldn't take them, and how admirable it was. And then this person goes and dies, and his family celebrates the fact that he died as a martyr, and
That's
they would
intense.
they would chant Amadam, which means I am ready to die.
Wow, that's intense.
Yeah. Yeah, that was children's programming in Iran.
Wow.
Be glad you never
Yeah.
lived in Iran.
Yeah, I am glad. I met a girl in India that was from Iran, but
And you
I
didn't
don't-
marry her?
I should have. She was probably one of the prettiest girls I've ever seen in my life. But she
So
is kind
why
of a
didn't you
hippie.
marry her?
I didn't. I just followed her on Facebook. I haven't even slid into her DMs.
You're kind of a hippie. You haven't noticed?
Yeah, right. I guess so. But she'll post sometimes about all the women's movement that's been going over on there lately. But I don't follow it very much to know exactly what's happening. But I guess there's some sort of liberation happening in Iran.
Some sort of liberation.
some sort.
Okay, so here in Los Angeles, there's a lot of expatriates, and all of them are excited about how like things are going to be great, and there's going to be like a revolution. And I just don't believe there's really anything there. I mean, I don't like
A revolution in the U.S.
in Iran.
Oh, in Iran. Okay.
Yeah, they want to, like... I mean, as a kid, I remember going to the protests. Like, there were protests at the federal building on a regular basis. And it's like, Krish is back.
Krish.
You remember Krish?
I think so.
I believe Krish lives in India. He's the guy who could not accept Islam because Islam taught that his parents are going to hell. And he's like, no, my parents are not going to hell. I think he ended up becoming an Al-Qaeda. I'm not sure, though.
Oh, you should hop in here. Get in here, Krish. I don't know if I met him. Have I met him?
He comes from a Hindu family, if I remember correctly. And,
That's
like,
really interesting.
I think both... Well, I don't know if all forms of Christianity, but I think all the forms of Christianity he took seriously were like, yeah, your parents are going to hell. And he's like, no, they're not. They're good people. And I was like, no, they're not. They're good people. If they're
Yeah.
good people. I mean, I don't actually know his parents, but I'm guessing, I mean, they can't be too bad of people. They had Krish.
Yeah. He'll get him out of there. They are in hell.
Well, they're still alive, I
Just kidding.
believe.
Oh, really? Oh, well, yeah, they're fine. No, I'm the...
They're
you
fine
I'm
so
kind
far.
of a universalist, so it's... Oh, he's
Krish!
coming in? Nice. What? That's not a person? It's just an
Yeah,
abyss.
What's going on?
Hello,
Hey,
Krish.
man.
Hey, how are you guys doing?
Good, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Yeah, I'm doing pretty good.
So, are you in India?
Oh no, I live in the U.S.
You live in the U.S. Do your parents live in the U.S.?
Yeah, they do.
So maybe you could clarify something for us. Jacob was just telling me that you grew up with, I guess your parents are Hindu and everything. In Hinduism, is there a trinity? The Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva? I guess you wouldn't call it a trinity, but I just stumbled across this idea.
Yeah, it's definitely something similar to that.
So what is Brahma is like the creator, and then Vishnu is that kind of like the son of God or something? Like, what is that? Because I know that a lot of the avatars come from Vishnu, right?
Yeah, like it's like one god, but in like different forms. So
Oh, okay. Huh. I don't know.
Avatar.
Sorry, I'm avatars.
no, it's all right.
It's interesting to me. I don't know. I've been to India, not too many times, a few times, but
Oh, okay. How was it?
it was good. I love it there. I think it's hard for a lot of people because it's such a change from the U.S., but I love it.
We're talking about a group trip to Israel next February. Not this February, next February.
I would love
Oh,
to.
wow, that's pretty cool.
So, were you born in India?
No, I'm from here, but my parents were born from India, so.
That's cool.
If you don't mind me
What part?
asking, where in the United States are you?
Oh, Atlanta.
Oh.
Our friend Mitch is down there.
Oh, wow.
Mitch is in Atlanta? I didn't know Mitch was
Yeah, he
in
is.
Atlanta.
he's in
Yeah,
Atlanta.
Yosef was in Atlanta. He was going to Georgia Tech.
What? Where's Joseph now?
He's in D.C., I believe.
Oh, okay. Why?
He got a job there.
Decent. Oh.
Wow, wow.
Although that's probably better than Atlanta. I don't like Atlanta. Mitch is trying to get me to come there, and I'm like, sorry.
I
Sorry,
considered
Krish.
Atlanta.
Sorry,
I
Krish.
would. I would consider going to Atlanta, but like the problem with Atlanta is all my family is here in Los Angeles. So
Yeah. I'm just not a fan of cities in general. I like the woods.
Anyway, sorry. Didn't mean to kill the conversation.
you've destroyed this entire Bible study.
I know. So are you a
Krish-
Noahide, Krish?
Yeah.
Sorry.
I would probably consider myself to be at this point.
Okay.
Yeah, for sure. It's yeah.
What do you want to talk about the Bible about, Krish? What made you jump into the Bible study, other than Jason saying, "Krish, get in here"?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I've been like reading the Stone Edition Tanakh. Do you guys know what that is, or?
Yeah, do. I have one around here. Well, I have a Stone Tanakh there. Yeah.
Awesome, that's awesome.
Yeah, it's a pretty good translation. It's pretty literal. So yeah.
Oh, awesome,
What is that?
awesome.
What is that exactly? It's just a
The
translation.
Stone
of the...
Edition. Let me
You
go
probably
get
you
this.
showed me this before, actually.
Yeah, I probably have. Hold on.
Huh. So what have you been reading out of there, Krish?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, that's the same one I have.
Nice. Cool.
Yeah, I've
cool.
been reading mostly Isaiah, so
Cool.
yeah, I believe
What you
that
reading in Isaiah? Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no, it's alright. Yeah, I've been reading like Isaiah 53, which is like, I believe like the Stone Edition Tanakh has like the original Jewish text. So
Masoretic text. Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
That's cool.
I did an episode on Isaiah 53. It was like 6 hours long. Not sure I recommend it, but I did it.
oh wow.
Yeah, I went through it letter by letter.
Oh
Wow.
wow, that's pretty cool.
Isaiah 53. He's already done it. Too bad. I'm just kidding.
Okay, Jason.
Give us the
this
condensed
Bible
at 6
study.
hour-
This Bible study has like totally gone off the rails. Like
Sorry.
you're supposed to be
Wait.
leading this Bible study, and you're just not leading it.
That's why I
You're
tried to
such
pull
a
Christian
bad
here.
Bible study leader, Jason.
I know I'm messing with the
I'm
screen every chance
so
I get.
disappointed in you. I will never forgive you.
Well, I was trying to talk about Ruth, and I don't know how we got off of Ruth, but I'm still interested in all of that.
Well, I mean,
How did we
Ruth.
get off that?
What can I tell? Well, we started talking about gleaning things,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
oh, then we started talking about reincarnation. That's how we got off of it.
Oh, yeah, that really distracted us. So
Yeah.
that wasn't me, that was you. You took that turn.
Yeah, I mean, when I say like, yeah, I'm usually talking to myself. Why did the Jews stop reading Isaiah 53 in their synagogues? Checkmate, Talmudists. Yeah, I don't think Isaiah 53 was ever read in the synagogue. That's
what?
part of the funny thing. Well, okay, so the Haftarahs, I guess, like, you could read any part of Isaiah for a Haftarah, but various Haftarahs. So this is part of what I talked to Father Stephen DeYoung about, is, like, so the synagogue services, like, when it talks in the New Testament about Jesus going to the synagogue and reading Isaiah, right?
Yeah.
Like, if you've been to a synagogue and you've seen a synagogue service, you have an understanding of, like, how that happens, because you know what it's like to get called up to the Torah, you know what it's like to read the Haftarah, like, all of that stuff, right? But, like, how does a Christian understand it? Like, when was the last time you just went to church, Jason, and they asked you to read from Isaiah?
A Christian understands it like a mic drop, I think, where Jesus just goes up and he reads this and he's like, boom.
But why was he
That's how I've
reading
heard
it
it
to
described.
begin it? But why?
I don't
Why?
know.
Like,
I don't
like
know.
when?
Because he's a baller.
When in your churches do, like, random strangers come up and read from Isaiah?
When they're the Messiah, you go and you push pastor away and say, look. This is
Yeah,
what's going
he
on."
just punched
That's-
the pastor in the face and was like, takes the mic. He's like, it's
That's how-
mine.
That's how us
biatch.
Christians. Yeah, exactly. That's how us Christians envision it. No, I don't know it. Yeah, because we don't have anything like that. Yeah, we just sit there and we let the pastor read. No, so how does it
Ron
happen
says,
though?
Jesus? No, Jesus.
Yeah.
So, during the synagogue services, people get called up to the Torah, and
Yeah.
If you know how to read yourself, you do read from the Torah yourself, but very few people do that. There's somebody who actually reads for you. But, like, on the Sabbath, 7 people get called up, and the 7th person also reads from the Haftarah, which a lot of the Haftarahs are from Isaiah, and that's how it happens.
So he was
SAC
seven,
78008 says, congregants are asked to read the Old Testament readings sometimes in Orthodox churches on certain feasts. So
Oh, nice.
I guess that's when Jesus went up, was on certain feasts, and he was. I actually doubt, like, there's a lot of stuff in, like, it's like, you guys got rid of so much of the synagogue services that, like, it's like, I'm sorry, you can't it's funny to me that Christians now claim continuity from they're like, yeah, we're the continuation of Judaism from before Jesus, and it's like, no, you're not. You very obviously decided you didn't want to do that. Like, in Nicaea, you guys said horrible things about the Jews and how you don't want to be like the Jews, and how being like the Jews is horrible. And now, 1,500 years later, you bunch of Judaizers are like, no, we're just like the Jews. So if he read from Haftarah, was he the 7th reader that day? Yes, he would have been the 7th. Yep.
Oh my goodness. Sounds like David.
Being the 7th?
Okay, was David the 7th or the 8th? Because I'm pretty sure in Chronicles it says he was the 8th. But am I just being too literal again and counting too much?
I have no clue.
What? Really? Oh my gosh, I'm gonna pull this up and I'm about to blow your mind.
Blow my mind.
With this, you'll be like, what? How is he the 8th? I'm probably just reading it wrong.
Chronicles.
Never mind.
First or
Talk
second
about
Chronicles?
something else. It'd be first, I think, because it's talking about the genealogy part. Gosh,
First Chronicles? Yeah, you're
First
one of those
Chronicles.
weird people who reads the first 10 chapters of Chronicles.
Yeah, yeah, I am. Oh my gosh, where is it? I don't know where it is. If I could find it, I probably won't find it here. Wait, the family of David. I think I'm too far. Family of Caleb, family of Edom. Oh no, it says the 7th here. Gosh, where was it?
See,
First Chronicles 2, verse 13. David the 7th. What am I thinking? That it says
so
he's the 8th then.
I found something on the internet which says Samuel 16:10 clearly implies that Jesse, the father of Israel's King David, had at least 8 sons, of which
That's
David
what it
was
is.
the 8th. But First Chronicles 2:13 through 15 indicates that Jesse only had 7 sons and that David was the youngest. Which text is correct? How many sons did Jesse really have? Sensible solution. Both texts are no doubt correct. You can tell that this is a biblical inerrantist. It is most likely that
Yeah.
one of Jesse's sons died before making any significant impact. So in
Oh.
Chronicles, well,
Huh.
that's what that Christian thing says. But let me see what.
I read this book on fairies one time, and it was talking about how 7th son is the most. Apparently, it's like a common theme. The 7th son, like the spiritual connection.
Yeah,
or
7. Yeah, 7 is
Gross.
considered like so. 1 Samuel 16:10. It says. Thus Jesse presented 7 of his sons before Samuel, and Samuel said to Jesse, "The Lord has not chosen any of these." Then Samuel asked Jesse, "Are these all the boys you have?" He replied, "There is still one younger." So let's see if any of the commentaries say anything about.
I could just. I don't think it matters that much because it says 7 in both of them. So I think
This
it's
is
just me getting
incredibly
hung up.
important. I don't know why you're not. This
He
is
could
really
be
important.
the 7th and the 8th. Because of the-
Metsudat David says, where were we? What happened to it? Shivat Abana b'divrei hayamim lo chashav ki im shiva im David shvi'i ובמדרש יש שהיה לישי עוד בן ושמו אליהו המוזכר בין הנגידים שנאמר ליהודה ולא 8 בנים ומה שלא חשבו בדברי הימים יראה שהיה מאישה אחרת. Oh, okay. So Metsudat David says that David may have been from a different wife. So, oh, I remember this. Oh, right. So there's this rabbinic explanation that the reason why Jesse did not present David was because he had 7 wives from his. He had 7 sons from his first wife, and then he had a second wife, and so he didn't think he was not sure that she was faithful to him, and therefore he wasn't sure that David was actually his, and that's why he sent David out to the field, and that's why there's the discrepancy and all that stuff.
What?
Completely different.
Huh.
Clown of Babylon says, Orthobros say that they have the right liturgy. How do you deal with the fact that they don't know about Musaf? They don't know about almost anything. They don't even know what the Amidah is. So this is the funny thing. So, like, Christians talk about the blessing of the heretics, but they have no clue what the blessing of the heretics is.
I don't know what that is. I don't talk about it though. So, or maybe I do. Do I talk about this?
You
In a
don't
roundabout
talk about it,
way?
but- so the question
What is-
there's always been a question of when did Christianity really separate from Judaism?
Okay.
And the most commonly given answer is the Jews kicked the Christians out of the synagogue by instituting the blessing of the heretics, because the regular prayers have 18 blessings, but now we have 19 blessings. There's been one added, which is the blessing of the heretics, which isn't actually a blessing on the heretics. It's actually a curse on the heretics. They call it the blessing of the heretics.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
so the theory was the rabbis instituted this blessing of the heretics, and that's when the Christians stopped going to synagogue. But when you talk about that theory, you have to know what, like, the 18 blessings are and what the 19th is and what, like, this whole thing is. And, like, when you actually talk to Christians who talk about the blessing of the heretics, they don't actually know, like, what it has to do with at all. Which is, like, for me, like, dude.
Did the early Christians go to synagogue? I thought synagogue was for the Jews. See, I mean, I don't know this stuff. Like, I would have thought when Paul goes to synagogue that I guess in my mind I was just thinking it's more.
Well, Jesus and Paul went to synagogue, right?
Yeah. But so I just didn't know if it would be one of those things where you don't like bring a Gentile into that. Kind of like I'm go to a church now. I can't take communion, and I'm okay with that. But that's just kind of like because I'm not Catholic, you know. So that's why it would seem
we don't really. I mean, Gentiles can't get called up to the Torah, but so in some of the places where we have dug up synagogues, and there are names, they're like. Because people donated stuff, something like 50% of the names were Gentile names. And that's not that they converted. It's because when you convert to Judaism, you actually change your name. So there were God-fearers, there were Gentiles going to synagogue before Christianity. When Christianity showed up, a lot of these Gentiles became Christians, and then when Christianity became the official religion, Gentiles were not allowed to go to synagogues anymore because they would get persecuted and stuff. So anybody who wanted to go to synagogue would convert. But then what happened in like the 1960s and 70s, where a bunch of Christians, specifically Baptists, had this really bright idea, which is, hey, why don't we have churches that resemble synagogues? And they started what's called Jews for Jesus. And they started having synagogue services for Christians. And like almost no Jews showed up. But a bunch of Christians showed up and they decided they really liked it. And that's how the Messianic movement was born. And then a bunch of those people in the Messianic movement were like studying Judaism, and they were like, damn, like Christianity has this all wrong. and they started the Noahide movement, and that's how we went from 70 years ago there being 0 Noahides in the world to now there being like 100,000 Noahides in the world, and like
Wow.
yeah. So
Huh.
we're going back to the time when Gentiles come to synagogue, which has
Yeah.
been very surprising.
Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, I saw this comment. Like, I know that that they were. It's just, I guess it's just in my mind. I didn't know if it was one of those things. Like, I mean, because only the high priest is allowed to go in the holy of holies. So I didn't know if it was kind of one of those things. Like,
Synagogue is
I
very
didn't-
different from temple service, from the temple.
Okay, yeah. See, I
Except-
I don't have any context for any of this stuff, so I'm like, I don't know.
Yeah, church services include temple stuff in it, but synagogue services, like, so Jesus and Paul were going to synagogue in
yeah,
Jerusalem while the temple was still existing.
yeah, okay. So that's why, if I'm remembering right, I'm probably remembering wrong. But there's this part in the book of Acts where it's the part where Paul gets in trouble because they say you brought in a uncircumcised
The part.
person.
Yeah.
The part, yeah. The main part where it's all down
Acts
from there.
21, yeah.
So, but that's.
But that was
that's
at
why
the
it'd be
temple.
confusing
That
to you.
wasn't synagogue. That was
That
the
was
temple.
the temple. Okay. So that's why it'd
Supposedly.
be different. Oh,
And we have a chezi.
has he? He should hop in here too. He can spice this up, since I've derailed it so many times. It's my.
I think it's like
screen changing.
7 a.m. in Israel right now, and he's
Oh,
probably
that's too
getting
early
his
for him.
kids-
What is he doing?
He's getting his kids ready for school.
Oh my goodness. Being an adult.
Yep, he has 3 kids, believe it or not.
Yeah.
Bli'ain hara.
He's-
That means no evil eye.
Wait, what? No evil eye?
Yeah. So usually when I say somebody has 3 kids, I say Ken Yerbu, which means they should increase. But Chazi finds that hilarious that people would tell other people that they should have more kids. It's 5:50 in the morning.
What is he doing? Oh my gosh. You're insane.
Well, he also has to do his morning prayers and get his kids up ready for school, and then he
Protestant.
has to go to work. Morning
Yeah.
prayers are pretty long. I'm
Really?
pretty sure Chazi could probably knock them out in half an hour. But it used to take me like an hour to do my morning prayers.
Oh,
And then I
that's
gave up. It's all your
good.
fault,
What was I
Jason.
gonna ask? Yeah, I know. What was I gonna ask? There was a question. I forgot it now. Oh man. Oh, the evil eye thing. So what was that about? That's what he says.
Oh, so instead of saying Ken Yerbu, they should increase. You could say Bli'ain hara. There should be without an evil eye. I don't know why. Morning prayers and some Torah study. What are you
What are you
studying these
studying?
days, Chazi? I'm guessing
Yeah, I'm curious.
Talmud. My guess is Talmud. I don't know. He might do Daf Yomi. Do you do Daf Yomi, Chazi? Chazi could do Daf Yomi.
What is that?
Daf Yomi
I've heard you
is
talk about this before.
a page of the Talmud. Then the rascals get up.
That's cool.
The rascals are his kids. He's not talking about his wife. I hope.
Okay. Yeah. So this
I
evil
s-
eye saying that this is a page a day. No.
Oh, he does not do Daf Yomi. Yeah, page. Well, folio page a day. Yeah, if you do a page of Talmud a day every day, in 7.5 years you'll finish the Babylonian Talmud.
Whoa. Nice. At least you guys have to start.
He is putting on phylacteries. Tefillin.
So do you put that on just for study, or does you wear that all? You wear that all the time, right?
No, usually you wear it for morning prayers.
Oh, okay.
On non-holidays. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
My brother does the daf, and we discuss it during the week.
That's cool. Man, that's fun.
Yeah, Yosef's been doing daf yomi for 10 years now.
That's maybe where I heard of it. Maybe Yosef told me he was studying that.
Nechama also mentioned it, and it was so funny. She's like, yeah, you could do daf yomi in like 10, 15 minutes a day. And I'm like, oh my god, you are such a Beis Yaakov girl. Because...
Okay, I do remember you saying that. That's where I heard it. Yeah. I remember you saying that to her.
Yeah, she's such a Beis Yaakov girl. She thought you could do daf yomi in 10 to 15 minutes a day. It's like,
I have no idea what that means, but I like that you have that term for her.
Beis Yaakov is the girls' school that most ultra-Orthodox girls and a lot of modern Orthodox
Is it
girls go to.
calling her a nerd?
No.
Okay. Like a compliment. It's like a backhand.
No, it's not. It's just a school a lot of girls go to. Like, and the girls who go to Beis Yaakov have certain things in common.
Oh, okay.
Tefillin during Chol HaMoed? Chas v'chalila. But yeah, I'm guessing he does. He does all the Brisker Ashkenazi stuff. God have mercy
So what
on his
was
soul.
I know this is about to end, but I kind of wanted to ask, what was the thing in Psalm 110 that Caleb was wanting to? We don't have to get into it. Just what was the question again? Like, what didn't he want to bring it up for some reason?
Well, I told Caleb, well, you know about my $5,000 challenge, right?
No. What?
You
I'm
don't
missing
know
out
about
on
my
this?
$5,000 challenge? Well,
No.
it's not just my
I'm gonna win.
$5,000 challenge. A bunch of rabbis already made the challenge. That's why I feel comfortable making the challenge also. But
Okay.
$5,000, if you can give me a single prophecy from the Hebrew Bible of the Messiah that Jesus uniquely fulfilled.
Uniquely fulfilled. And that was the one? Was the
Well,
Melchizedek?
that
Or
was
how do you- okay, how
was
do you say
his
this?
attempt.
How do you say
What?
this first? Is it Melchizedek or Melchizedek? Or are they both
Melchizedek is the
Melchizedek.
Hebrew. Melchizedek, yeah. Melchizedek.
wrong? All right. That was the one? How did he... I don't know that I would choose that one.
I certainly wouldn't choose that one.
Let's see. Yeah, I don't know.
But that's because Caleb is incredibly Protestant, and he's like, well, the one that Jesus cited must have been the best one. So he went looking through the. No.
Alliance and Pearson.
That's Psalm 22. No.
About the donkeys in Zechariah.
Yeah, because he was the only person to ever ride a donkey into Jerusalem.
Yep. Yep. There's all those. What is the 30 donkeys we just mentioned earlier in Judges?
Yeah, nobody ever rode a donkey into Jerusalem.
So
Ever.
why is that a thing? Can I ask that question? Why is it because it's a lowly animal? Is that why a lot of the judges and kings rode donkey?
Well, I mean,
Is it a sign of humility or something, or what is it?
but Grizz said he wants to, if he goes next year, he wants to ride a donkey into Jerusalem. So, I mean, Kabbalistically, the Kabbalists say that Chamor, it refers to materiality. And so there's actually a lot of like interesting drushas on that. I should show you the. And donkeys are in fact good at protecting sheep. That is true.
Yeah. They kick away the coyotes.
They do. Okay, we
No.
should say the ending prayer. We don't have to end, but we should pray.
Let's make Krish do it. No, I'm just kidding.
Yes,
I
Krish.
can do it.
You have to pray for us.
I can do it.
Yeah, for sure.
That's,
Okay, Krish.
he's been sitting there so quiet. All right.
Yeah.
Pray.
All right. Dear Heavenly Father, thank you so much for Jacob and Jason. They're very wonderful. And like God, thank you so much for this opportunity for us to like continue to like learn and grow and move our faith forward. And God, what I ask you is that you continue to let us like grow in knowledge, and that you continue to let us know the truth, and that we're not blinded by falsehood and like all the deceit of this world. And God, like I ask you to humbly bless these two gentlemen. They're very nice. They've been really helping me a lot today. And like most specifically Jacob, like he's been leading me into the truth. He's been helping me in my religious journey, and yeah, God, I really am grateful for them, and I hope that you continue to bless me and bless them abundantly. In your holy name, amen.
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 That was really nice, Krish. Thank you.
Thank
so
you.
much.
Yeah, no problem.
Homer, material thing.
Is that's
Hamor.
the word for donkey? Is that what that is?
Yeah, so
Okay.
I'll pull up one of my favorite teachings of the Baal Shem Tov, if I can remember.
That's so strange.
The Baal Shem Tov, but it's Robetz. I think.
So
Robetz.
who is Fraud with, by the way? Have I met Fraud with before?
For some reason, I thought his father is a CRC pastor, but I might be misremembering because he seems to know a lot about Judaism.
Alright, back to the donkeys. Was there something you wanted to talk about, Krish, by the way? I feel like I've just been, running amok with this thing.
Oh yeah. Well, I guess like what I was curious about is like, is there like any verses that talks about like what the final Messiah will do?
Ooh, yes, there are. But let's do this donkey thing, and then we can do that. You are misremembering, Jacob, and I don't know a lot about Judaism. Just what I have read. I am an Orthodox Christian. I see. To be honest, I've just met so many people in the past few weeks and months. It's like it's hard to keep everything. Okay, so this is the Baal Shem Tov's explanation of this verse, Exodus 23:5. So, Ki tir'eh chamor sonecha robetz tachat masa'o v'chadalta me'azov lo azov ta'azov imo. So the plain translation of it is, if you see the donkey of your enemy lying under its burden, and you might not want to help, but you should make every effort to help him. But this is how the Baal Shem Tov explains it. Ki tir'eh, when you are shown, chamor, materiality, that's how he translates donkey. Sonecha, it hates you. Rovetz tachat masa'o, it is crouching under its spiritual burden. V'chadalta, and you have failed me'ezov lo to how do you say, divorce, remove yourself from it, your sonecha, that which hates you, the materiality, the unspiritualness. Azov ta'azov imo, you should well, make the effort with it. So what he's explaining is that the spiritual is that what you are shown by God is materiality being crouching under the weight of spirituality, and it is your responsibility to help rectify it to what it should be. Did any of that make sense?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was good.
The
That makes
Hebrew
sense to me.
says it much more clearly.
Yeah.
Chezi wants to know if you're coming to the BOM Israel trip.
Dude, I would love to.
I really, really would. I've wanted to go to Israel for a long time. Like I said, I guess I just have to see how it works out financially, mostly at this point, I think, because like with my sister's ministry thing, I know where I'm already locked in to go to Honduras in March. And we're supposed to have a family vacation, so I'm supposed to do that with my family. And then I think in November, I'm going back to India, spend some more time there. But I should be able to, especially if the tickets are only $800, like you were talking about. That'd be sweet. How long is the
Yeah,
trip for?
I
Are you
mean-
just going for a week or longer?
Well,
You don't know.
So I'm thinking right now that we have a Shabbaton on Shabbat in Jerusalem, and if people want to do more or less, they can. But we can just have Shabbat in Jerusalem, and then like if some people want to come earlier or some people want to come later, and people can plan however they want around there.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
And you would probably, I mean, how much is a flight to New York from where you are?
Oh, I don't know. Like, I want to go to New York.
Yes, but you could probably, I mean, if we do it in February, you should be able to get round trip tickets from New York to Israel for under $1,000.
Oh yeah, that's cheap. That's cheap. Yeah, I'd like to do that. It'd be a lot of fun. I wanted, because I normally try to do a fast at the beginning of the year anyway, and for a while now, I'm always been like, I keep thinking, and I'd love to just go and spend that time over in Israel or something. This would be after that time, but I'd still love to go there anyway. That sounds like a blast.
I have no idea what Sandy means by this reminds me of reading Halachic Man. So there are many prophecies, especially in the prophets, of things that will happen on when the Messiah comes. This is one of my favorites, Zephaniah 3:9, right? For then I will make the peoples pure of speech, so that they all invoke the Lord by name and serve him with one accord. The Bible doesn't actually refer to the Messianic king by the term Messiah at all. There's lots of messiahs mentioned in the Bible, but none of them are actually the final Davidic king. So, for example, Saul is called the Messiah of God, and Cyrus is called the Messiah of God. And we're actually very... so if you read Maimonides, especially the Laws of Kings and Wars, chapters 11 and 12, which is where he talks about this stuff, he actually cites this verse twice. And there are verses which talk about how the world will be, and there are things which have indications for, for example, the resurrection of the dead, and what am I thinking of? There's that verse which talks about.
Is it Isaiah? Casting out the dead?
No, I was actually. Although that's. Yeah, there's that as well. There.
What's the like qualifying characteristics for it to what are the characteristics for a verse to qualify about the end of
Well,
the
it
age,
has to
Messiah
say that it has to actually say that it's about the, like, there are plenty of verses that actually talk about. So here, this is Zechariah 12, right?
Okay.
And it says, "In that day the Lord will shield the inhabitants of Jerusalem, and the feeblest of them shall be in that day like David, and the house of David like a divine being, like an angel of the Lord at their head. In that day I will all but annihilate all the nations that came up against Jerusalem, but I will fill the house of David and the inhabitants of Jerusalem with a spirit of pity and compassion, and they shall lament to me about those who are slain, wailing over them as over a favorite son, and showing bitter grief as over a firstborn. In that day the wailing in Jerusalem shall be as great as the wailing at Hadad Rimon in the plain of Megiddo. Megiddon. The land shall wail, each family by itself, the family of the house of David by themselves, and their womenfolk by themselves, and the family of the house of Nathan by themselves, and their womenfolk by themselves." So there are all of these things where it talks about that day, Bayom Hahu, right? And things like what will happen to the house of David and that type of stuff, right? And it's very clear, and it has all these prophecies, none of which apply to Jesus.
So the kind of the thing you maybe look for is what that day is, kind of what you like, a future day, something like that.
Well, first qualification for a prophecy is it has to be a prophecy. It has to say, this is what God said about what will happen in the future.
Yeah.
Chezi says, "Seekers of Unity, Paul Pajot Symposium in Israel."
Amazing.
Honestly, like, what do you think of the dates, Chezi? I was thinking Purim Katan next year would... Purim Katan, since there's a second Adar, might be a good time. There won't be a lot of tourists. It'll be February. So it'll actually be pretty cheap, and we shouldn't have too much trouble, like, if we are getting hotel rooms and stuff, getting them on the cheap. But, and then, like, I guess we could plan, like, things on Sundays, or, you know, on Friday before Shabbat, or, I don't know. You're the one who's gonna have to plan it all. You're the one who's in Israel. You and Nahama.
Yeah, where is he in Israel, by the way?
He lives in Jerusalem.
Oh, nice. Wow. Cool.
Chezi actually lives in Jerusalem.
Wow.
And
be the
Jerusalem
Messiah.
is really tiny. No, he cannot. He's a Levite.
Oh, man. You're being too particular, too mathematical.
Of the people who could be the Messiah, Chezi, unfortunately, is not one of them.
I'm going to tell him you said so. He
I
can't. He's
think
not
he's
listening right now.
listening.
He's doing his prayers. What is he doing?
He could be doing his prayers. This is possible.
Oh man, yeah. And I listened to that conversation, and gosh, how do you say her name again?
Nahama?
Nahama. Okay, Nahama. She was it like northern Israel? Is that where she lived?
Yeah,
I-
she lives in the
okay.
Golan. Yeah.
That's cool.
Har-
Man, that's cool. I heard you
Megiddo,
mention
Har-
Jordan as well. Were you planning
Yeah.
on going there?
See, the problem with Jordan is Jordan, like, deliberately, like, if you're coming into Jordan from Israel, they know that you are a tourist, and so, like, they charge you large amounts of money just to
Oh,
come
okay.
into the country from Israel.
See. Yeah,
And
Petra
I
would be
think-
cool to see though.
Yeah, Petra would be cool, but I think like a trip to Petra is like $300 or $400, something like that. I don't know. I never went. Nechama means comfort, doesn't it? Yes, Nechama does in fact mean comfort.
So we got a little distracted. Are there any other verses about the end times to answer Christians?
There are plenty.
Plenty.
There's
Just a
lots and
bunch.
lots of them. It's just Christians don't talk about any of them because none of them apply to Jesus.
Well, yeah, he seems to fit that Messiah ben Yosef category a little better, I think.
I think so, but like, so for the longest time, Christians were said that the rabbis came up with the idea of Mashiach ben Yosef in order to explain away Jesus. And then when it kind of became clear that no, the rabbis didn't come up with this idea, the idea is older than Christianity, then they started saying, see, Jesus was Mashiach ben Yosef and he's going to be Mashiach ben David. And it's like, no, they're two different people.
Well, I'm fine with that. Well, I don't even know how that works, other than maybe some sort of reincarnation like you're talking about. I don't really know how that works. No, wait, because don't get me on this. This will be bad. Anyway, what was I gonna say? I just lost my thought. There's something else. Oh wait, so you were
Chezi's wife calls me and the rest of us, but the funny part for me is that she calls me as part of the rest of us. She calls us Chezi's Jesus friends.
That's funny. So you were asking, like, you basically said though there's not a single Messiah prophecy that Jesus uniquely fulfilled, right?
Yep.
Yeah, because he fulfilled a lot of them, just maybe not uniquely, I guess. So that makes sense.
I don't know which ones, like, I mean, what exactly did he fulfill? Like, was he a direct descendant of David? Not if you believe he was born of a virgin.
What was Mary's lineage? Or
Who
that not
cares? That's not how it works.
matter?
You can't inherit the kingdom from he's done with his prayers. Now he's going to go eat pancakes.
Oh, nice.
When I was in Israel,
Let's give
pancakes
us-
were
give us a-
only for really rich people.
Really?
Wheat was very expensive in Israel. I don't think it's as expensive as it used to be because Israel doesn't grow any wheat itself. All of
Yeah.
it was imported. Yeah.
But I mean, wouldn't you have said that Jesus fulfilled? Well, I don't know if that's Messiah prophecy though. But I mean, even if you say that he kind of fulfills some of the stuff that applies to Messiah ben Yosef, then wouldn't that
Well, I mean,
qualify as him?
that's not the Messiah. If we're talking about the Messiah, we're talking about the Davidic Messiah.
Oh, okay. And so, okay, here's another question. The Davidic Messiah, I think Yosef mentioned this to me. That doesn't necessarily mean like that just means the son of David, kind of, right?
Well, I mean, yeah.
Like, is that supposed to be kind of like another, like, because, there's verses about Elijah coming back. It's not so much like David's coming back. It could just be the son of David, I think, right?
Well, I
Or is
mean,
it-
there is this idea that you could argue that David could be resurrected and be the Messiah. There's nothing wrong with that.
You could argue that about Jesus. I'm just kidding.
Why? If you're going to have a Messiah who's resurrected, why wouldn't it be David?
Why would it be Jesus?
Because David was much earlier, and like he's the actual David.
It's true. It's true.
I mean,
You have a point there.
this is part of why I think Caleb wanted to talk about Psalm 110, because there's this idea, right, that Jesus brings up, which is so David says to, the Lord said to my Lord, right? So
Yeah.
it's Jesus calling the Messiah his Lord. I mean, David calling the Messiah his Lord. So it can't be a child of David. But I think what people don't realize is actually I think Jesus was actually a Cohen. I think he was actually not. I think he was a priest. I think his family was a priestly family. I don't think it was a Davidic family at all. That's my thinking, and that explains the virgin birth to me and what happened with James and a lot of stuff with that. But like that's a really fringe theory that most people don't agree with, would find weird. But like that makes sense to me.
Huh. So that for you explains him saying the Lord said to my Lord?
Yeah, because he also says he shall be a priest, as I said to Melchizedek. So there was this idea that at least some people in Qumran had, which was the Messiah that they were looking for was the priestly Messiah, not a Davidic Messiah.
The priestly Messiah. So is the Davidic Messiah is just kind of a kingly Messiah? Is that what you're thinking?
Yes. So there's
I thought-
the four craftsmen, right?
Yeah,
And the four
okay.
craftsmen are the priestly Messiah, the Davidic Messiah, the Josephite Messiah, and Elijah, basically,
Okay.
right? And apparently, a lot of people in and around Jerusalem at the time were looking for a priestly Messiah, especially because of the Maccabees, and because the Maccabees. So pretty
You don't
much,
have to get it up.
I mean, as the best that we know, like the descendants of David were still living in the court of the Exilarch in Babylon, and like so that's the thing. I actually think Jesus and John Hyrcanus exactly, and I think Jesus was actually a Cohen, and then that's why they had to come up with the virgin birth and like make his dad not a Cohen anymore, because James, and I mean if you read James the brother of Jesus, yeah. Oh, I just had an idea.
What is it? Oh, let's hear it.
So, did you hear about the James ossuary?
No.
The James ossuary is the purported. Do you know what an ossuary is?
No.
Okay, so literally it means bone box, and
Okay.
what used to be done during the Second Temple period times was instead of actually burying people completely, what they would do is they would put them into these tombs for a year, and after a year they would come and collect their bones and put them in an ossuary and bury the ossuary
Okay.
in tombs. Okay, and so we have a bunch of there's a bunch of ossuaries from the Second Temple period, and somebody a few years ago claimed to have found, it's like 20 years ago I guess now, claimed to have found an ossuary which said James, the son of Joseph, the brother of Jesus. Yeah.
Dang.
So
Yeah.
what was your idea?
My idea, I didn't understand why it would be brother of Jesus, but I was wondering maybe it could have been James, the brother of Joseph, the son of Joseph HaKohen, the whatchamacallit, the priest, because that is something people put on gravestones. I mean, I don't know if that would work at all, but like, because I don't understand, like, brother of Jesus, it doesn't sound right to me. Like, why would anybody put that on James's ossuary 2,000 years ago? Nowadays, sure, but like 2,000 years ago, there's a lot of people who argue that it's a fraud. James Tabor thinks it's real, but that's James Tabor. He thinks everything's real.
So I have a question going back to Melchizedek then. So I thought that he was both priest and king.
He was.
Right. Yeah, okay. So then with David, is it kind of the same thing? Because David does all that weird stuff where he's wearing a linen ephod and all that. Like, I never understood any of that.
So this was a big. I mean, Frodwith is right. John Hyrcanus. There certainly were people, especially around the Maccabees. Like the Maccabees they claimed the kingship to themselves as priests, and there was So one of the reasons the Book of Maccabees didn't make it into the Jewish Bible and thus the Protestant Bible was because the rabbis didn't like this idea of the priests also being kings. And that's something that in Rabbinic Judaism we rejected, like the Pharisees rejected, but there were definitely, like, I think Zealots and Maccabees and stuff who thought that, like, it would be a king who was also a priest, like the Maccabees. And when you look at the names around Jesus, like, almost all of the names are, like, really Maccabean names, not least of which is Mary, because the last living member of the Maccabees was Mariamne, and she was married to Herod, and she had 2 sons, and Herod had both of them killed, and I think had her killed as well. And a lot of people named their daughters after her. And, like, you see all the Marys around Jesus. And Matthew is also a Maccabee name. Judah is a Maccabee name. I think Joshua was as well a Maccabee name. So there were a lot of Maccabee names around Jesus.
That's very fascinating.
I mean, all those names are pretty common. Well, they are and they aren't. Mashiach ben Yosef, the return to Israel via the broken vessel of Zionism. Chazi, being Zionist, believes Mashiach ben Yosef was Zionism, and that's something that Rav Kook said.
Wait, what does that even mean? Messiah ben Yosef was Zionism.
Zionism, yeah. That's an idea certain people have had. I think that's where I actually got the idea that Mashiach ben Yosef could have been Christianity.
Okay. I'm struggling. I don't know how to... I'm struggling to see how that...
The idea is that Mashiach ben Yosef isn't an individual person, but like
okay,
a movement of people.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know why that's necessarily absurd, because if you have a body of people, it would follow the head or something, I guess. So that kind of makes sense.
And the concept of Mashiach ben Yosef is a lot less, like, detailed and particular than Mashiach ben David.
Yeah. So gosh, what was I gonna ask too? So the
You ask so
with
many
the
questions, Jason.
yeah, sorry, with the idea though of the Davidic Messiah that everybody's looking for, like you could say, Jewish people and Christian people are still looking for, because even Christians have, the second coming of Christ. Whatever, there was this figure we're still looking for. Is that person king and priest as well? Like the very thing that the rabbis kind of push against?
No. The Jewish idea of Mashiach ben David is not that it would be, but like the book of Hebrews certainly seems to think that it's Messiah and priest and stuff.
Melchizedek. Yeah. In Revelation, it says the same thing too. It says, "You as priests and kings to our God," or something like that. I think it says it twice in the book of Revelation. I guess I was just curious because in Ezekiel, it talks about at the end. It talks about this. I think he says, "I'm going to make David your king," and then there's this weird part where I think he's going. It talks about him going through the temple, but I don't know if he goes into the Holy of Holies or anything. But I don't know if he has a priestly role. I can't remember. All that stuff is like I said, it's kind of foreign to me. I try to read it, but I didn't necessarily. Oh, bored.
What'd you do to Krish? Jason, you're constantly ruining everything.
I know. Oh, I'm gonna mess with the screen
Fraud
some more.
says, interestingly, there's a prayer that Mashiach ben Yosef should not die. Think about that regarding Zionism or Christianity. Yes, and according to the Arizal, when we say Et Samach David, we should have in mind that Mashiach ben Yosef should not die. And that is one of my ideas, yes, regarding Zionism and Christianity, that they will be purified and become whole when they return to Judaism from their idolatry.
So Zionism is it's different than Christianity though, right? Or is it very similar?
I mean, Zionism, the problem with Zionism, political Zionism, was it was very secular and anti-religious. And the religious Zionists were like, yeah, that's fine, we'll fix it. And Chezi still has hopes that... So apparently Israel is thinking of putting In God We Trust on their money now, which Chezi seems to think is a good thing. I don't. But Chezi
Render to Caesar.
Chezi is very optimistic about the religious potential of the state of Israel, where I think the state of Israel should stop pretending to be representing my religion.
Well, it's a hard thing to balance, right? I mean, because don't we always do that over in the U.S. too? We're always like, why would you elect a Christian as president or something like that? Like you should, the separation of church and state. Isn't that kind of the same idea or something like that?
I agree. I need to get a cough drop. I will be back.
All right. I'm gonna try to find this part here where it talks about this David figure in Ezekiel. Then I can let Jacob go. I know I'm probably taking too much time. Let's see. Eastgate Prince. Yeah.
Jason, why do I still have a cough? It's all your fault.
I know it is. I was trying to find that part. I think it's Ezekiel 44 where it was talking about, so it says, then he brought me to the outer gate of the sanctuary which faces toward the east, but it was shut. And the Lord said to me, this gate shall be shut, it shall not be opened, and no man shall enter by it, because the Lord God of Israel has entered by it. Therefore it shall be shut. As for the prince, because he is the prince, he may sit in it to eat bread before the Lord.
You shall enter by way of the vestibule of the gateway and go out the same way.
Which
So I don't know.
verse
This is Ezekiel 44. It's verse 1 where it starts. I just don't know what's going on here. That's why I was always confused, because I'm like, it sounds like in Ezekiel he's talking about this other temple, and where David's going to be made the prince, and then he talks about this part where it's like the Lord enters the gate, and the prince is also allowed to enter through the. And I'm like, does he have a priestly role? I don't know what's going on. This whole part is just kind of obscure to me. I don't know what's happening. Sorry you still got a cough. I was sick over the weekend as well.
How dare you?
I probably gave it to you.
Yep, all the way from Tennessee.
Yep.
I got sick on New Year's Eve, and the cough has still been lingering.
Sorry about that.
I will never forgive you ever.
What'd you do on New Year's Eve? Did you party?
I stayed home,
What?
even though I bought tickets to go out.
Oh no! Where were you gonna go?
A friend of mine was photographer at some performance, so I was gonna go with her.
It's a bummer.
So Rashi says, the high priest is a prince. He is considered a prince. And because of this, his importance, he will be permitted to eat. So Rashi's interpretation is this is just talking about the high priest.
Oh, okay. Okay. Huh. Let's see. Alright.
That's how Rashi sees it.
Is Solomon considered a Melchizedek figure?
Not that I know of.
Alright. It might just be me then. Well,
The
'cause
thing
there's
is, so in Psalm 110, where it says, where Christians translate it as in the order of Melchizedek,
yeah.
like that word does not mean order at all.
I've heard you mention this before. What does it mean exactly? I remember something kind of weird.
Why am I not finding this? I thought it was on this one.
Like the office? In the office of Melchizedek? Or after the form?
Divra, I mean, it just means matter, regarding, something regarding.
Okay.
Divrati. Let me find it. Divra.
So kind of, it wouldn't be like kind, would it? Like it's kind of similar to in Genesis in the kind of Melchizedek? As he said, Ezekiel was
Why
a
did I
priest.
not find it?
Ezekiel is one of my favorite books in the Bible. It was so much fun. I once heard there was this Christian group that was decided to go through the book of Ezekiel and smoke marijuana as they did it, and I was like, "There's a book to do that. That might be one of them." It is a trip.
Psalm
I have not done that, though.
4. Why did I not find it when I was looking in Psalm 110? 4. Oh, because they translated it that way. Okay. Actually, why don't we do this? Psalm 110:4. Bible Hub. Hebrew. Okay, so you see it says Al Divrati Melchizedek. And this word Divrati, cause, reason, manner.
Okay, the cause in the cause or the reason or the manner. Yep. Okay. I'm not sure what to do with that exactly. It doesn't.
Yeah.
It seems like it's kind of the
There-
same thing. If you say in the manner of Melchizedek, I would think it'd kind of be the same as like the order, right? I don't know. I don't
Yeah,
know.
but like Order of Melchizedek, like the Mormons now have a whole priesthood of Melchizedek, which is supposed to be like
Okay, so how related to Melchizedek is there just seems I think I brought this up to you before. There's this weird
Okay, I have to
little
show you
pattern.
this.
What is this?
Zach pasted this. He's Jacob during Bible study. Because
Nice.
I'm wearing a beanie. That's Ronald Reagan.
Oh. What was I gonna I forgot what I was gonna ask now. Oh, there's so the king of Jerusalem, that's why I asked about Solomon and where in my mind I thought he would I mean I still kinda hold him as somewhat of a Melchizedek figure because it seems like the king of Jerusalem is there's because what does it say in Hebrew? In Hebrew it says Melchizedek priest, and he says what it means. It's king of Salem, so king of peace and king of right or priest of righteousness or king of righteousness or something like that. And then when you get to the book of Joshua, there's when they're about to take the city of Jerusalem, there's like some I mean he's from the nations, but the king over Jerusalem at that time is also called I think Adonizedek or something like that.
Adonitzedek, yeah.
Yeah. So it's this weird. I mean, what's going on there? There's this weird pattern of like the king in Jerusalem is also a king of righteousness, sort of thing.
Yeah, I mean, he's a righteous king. And Chezi says, Jason, yes, Ezekiel was a priest. And Ethan, Fraudwith is right. Gematria does not have a 0.
So they don't, but they have a 0 at 10, right?
Well, kind of. If you do Mispar Katan, which is when you keep on adding until you get to a number that's single digits,
Yeah.
you kind of sort of end up with that, but I think that's only as a place, as a placeholder type thing.
Okay. So
In Mispar Katan. In Mispar
Okay.
Katan, you have to end up with 1 through 9. And, like, that's not... I mean, Gematria, actual, like, simple Gematria is, like, whatever the number is.
So there's no 0 in Gematria. That's interesting. What is
That
the
I know of.
huh?
I'm not exactly a huge Gematria expert, but yes.
Oh, I have an unrelated Bible question I was going to ask you because you brought up that beanie picture, and this came to my mind. Have you ever seen Life Aquatic? Do you know Wes Anderson, that director?
No.
Oh man, I thought you might have seen his movies. I was going to ask you if you had a favorite Wes Anderson film, but if you don't know, might not have seen any.
I have no clue whatsoever. Where's that? I found a Hebrew Gematria calculator I liked. This is the Gematria calculator I like.
Okay.
Let's look at this thing here.
So, for example...
Gematria method, something equals 0 is what it's showing right there. Wait. Now that says 240.
That's because I put in Moroni and the Mispar
Oh, let's pull this up. Krish,
Musafi
it's totally cool,
is
man.
304.
I forgive you at least. Jacob probably does too. I'm sure he does. He'll blame it on me.
It's all Jason's fault, always and forever.
So, what are we doing here? We got a calculator?
The 10th plague is a remainder, I guess, in a kind of way. I was just showing Ethan how I came up with Moroni being a demon. One of the ways.
What? What is this?
You haven't listened to all my stuff about Mormonism and stuff and Latter-day
I
Saints?
don't think so, but if you're talking about demons, I'll give it a listen for sure.
Yeah, I've been talking about demons.
Have you ever witnessed any miracles?
Depends what you
I
mean
mean-
by miracles.
Yeah, that was a very vague question. Sorry about that.
I have never witnessed something that cannot be explained by like that somebody
Yeah,
who's
yeah.
a skeptic can't just explain away. But I've certainly witnessed things that I don't believe are simple, like including I had a calling to investigate the Latter-day Saints, and so I made an appointment for missionaries to come visit me, and they called me and they said they're like, oh, can we bring somebody with us? I'm like, yes. So they bring somebody with them. He was Jewish. Start talking to him. Within a couple of months, his son was going to the small Hasidic synagogue that I helped found 20 years ago.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dang,
It was
that's
like,
cool.
yeah, that's not normal. That's just not normal.
Yeah.
You cannot get me to believe that that's just something that just happens.
Yeah. That's really cool. That's cool.
Ethan
Have you ever-
won't join because his wife's at home. And he doesn't join live streams when his wife's home.
Okay. So here's another question, and I know this is different from a miracle. I probably wouldn't put this in the same category, but have you ever seen an angel or a demon, or believed to have seen either one?
Actual visually, no.
I see. What about entertaining angels unaware? I'm just kidding.
I will never excuse you, Ethan. Miracles are good. Magic is the equivalent to bad. Yeah, so I definitely am convinced that the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints is spiritually possessed.
By they're performing magic? Is that what you mean? What do you mean by that?
I think
Spiritually.
at least some people. I think some people there are definitely performing magic, and other people there are performing miracles. And I think there's a lot of. I have never been the type, like, I don't generally believe, like, there's a lot of spiritual, like, otherworldly things happening in most places. I definitely think that the LDS and Mormons, yeah, there's like serious spiritual stuff going on there.
Huh. Could you say more about this, or is it too like?
Oh no,
confidential?
I made lots and lots of videos about this.
I mean, I heard you say some stuff about it, but I don't know, like, I mean, is it
There
just
are
parts
things-
of their doctrines or something? or
No.
is it just-
There are things going on there that I could only call necromancy.
Whoa. Okay. Is it kind of like trying to talk to ghosts or something? Or
No, they're inviting ghosts to come and possess people.
what? Is this
Yeah.
I think Bethel Church was. Is this similar to what they said about Bethel Church, where they were laying on graves and trying to suck up the?
Kind of. Their baptism for
worse.
the dead. Their baptism for the dead ceremony, I can honestly say.
I haven't even heard of this.
Yeah, I have lots of I have several videos about Mormon stuff. It's here. I can.
Ooh. Well, now you've piqued my interest. I need to go to.
I made
Learn
a
some,
video.
learn some necromancy from the Mormon Church.
Yeah, like honestly, like I would say.
Do you still go?
I don't. I've been finding excuses not to go.
Yeah, get necromancy. Might be one.
Well,
That's
look-
probably what's been messing up our screen all night. You've got some ghost around here. I said it was a ghost. I'm just kidding. I'm giving you a hard time.
I mean, maybe I should still be going, but I haven't been going, and I kind of
Well-
yeah.
I mean, it's a whole other topic, but it's one that's been kind of interesting to me, and I talk about it more within, I guess, like some circles of Christians that kind of grew up in churches that are similar to the ones I grew up in, because I grew up in Word of Faith Church, and it's a lot of stuff that they do there. I mean, a lot of it is healings, and people get healed, but I think it's different than magic, but it looks very, very similar to magic when you get down to some of it.
Yeah, but you have to understand from the things I know about Judaism, the only way I can explain members of the LDS knowing to do the rituals that they're doing in the ways that they're doing it is supernatural means. So there's this video I have with Ethan, ex-Mormon, destroyed with facts and logic.
I think I watched that one, actually, yeah.
What did I do? Latter-day Saints and Sinners. That was one of my Mormon stuff.
Hey, look, who's that handsome guy?
Materialism. Yes. Materialism, magic, miracles, and Mormons. That was one of my Mormon stuff. Mormon lobster fight. That was one of my Mormon stuff. Jewish Orthodox and Mormon voices to LDS missionaries. That I think that's the first Mormon thing I made.
Oh, okay. So, Sandy said not a good thing, Jason, but I'm not sure what she's referencing. Is it the necromancy or the stuff I was talking about in charismatic circles? I don't know. I have no idea. And the return of Israel.
The return of Israel to its home and land
Yeah,
after
golly.
2,000 years, miracle or magic, one of the two.
That's his brother.
The Talmud explains how to see a demon's footsteps, chicken feet. Destroyed.
What is this?
The
Explains the demon.
Talmud in Brachot, it's the first tractate of the Talmud, talks about certain rituals you can do to tell if a demon has been visiting you in the night.
Whoa, that's interesting. Do you throw flour on the floor? So you
Something
see it
like
flip?
that. Yeah,
Yeah?
something like that.
That was
yeah.
in the book. Gosh, it's not in the Protestant Bible, but it's what is it? Bell and the Dragon. It's a story in one of the. If you haven't read the story, you should gotta check it out. It's pretty good.
I think I listened to you reading that story.
It was good. I love it. It's great. But Daniel
could tell
does the
you
same
love it.
thing. Yeah, it feels like a fairy tale sort of. So do Jewish people believe in jinn,
Not like
or is that just an
Muslims, I don't
Islamic
think.
thing?
Yeah, I think that is mostly an Islamic thing. Although, like, yeah, I mean, honestly, I've never been a big thing. and Chazi likes to mention the names of demons.
What?
Um,
What is this? I need to talk to him about these things. This is crazy. Shapeshifts into King Solomon?
I think that's from the Quran.
All right, so is he familiar with Solomonic magic? Have you heard of this? Like, because this maybe have bled over into the Mormonism thing too. Because I've heard of like it's a lot of like Latin words, and I'm assuming it kind of came out of Catholicism stuff, but a lot of it's they talk about the Ring of Solomon, and it's a lot of I mean, I don't know that much of it, and I've never practiced it, but I know it's a.
Yeah, sure, I believe you.
I got a ring right here. No, but it's like
there's actually
summoning angels and things like that, and drawing circles and all the weird.
Several people on BOM have mentioned being active Satan worshippers.
Yeah, see this. I don't think this is. I mean, it could be a form of Satan worship, I guess, and they just don't know. But it is. As far as I know, it's like it's considered like high magic or something. Whereas like witchcraft and paganism and stuff is like more nature based. This is more like ritual magic, and it's probably something kind of like using 3 generations of Black Cat's ashes.
Yeah, Chazi's saying it's Pesachim 68B. I remember. Are you sure it's not also in Brachot? I remember Brachot around page 10 having something like that. Fraudwith says that charlatan I am very, very unhappy anybody has anything to do with. Justin Sledge on the Esoterica channel does a lot of Solomonic magic type stuff.
What's the Esoterica channel? I don't even know what this is. I'll check it out.
It's a channel with a bunch of subscribers and lots of people who shouldn't be reading it.
Well, I think it comes from. I thought it came from a Jewish idea where Solomon eventually like had power to command demons and cast them out and all this stuff, and had power over all these things. And
it says that he was wise beyond all other men, and he had all sorts of knowledges, and he had all those wives. Look at Pesachim, crazy story. So do you want to actually look up the tractate Pesachim 68D?
I'm totally fine with it unless you've got somewhere to be. I've already kept you for 3 hours, so
I have nowhere to be. I did my homework for today already. I was a good boy. And if people want to go to my Substack, they can read the absolutely ridiculous postmodernist thing I wrote.
So while you're looking this up, Hezi, I'm curious, what is your favorite Wes Anderson film? Because I saw you posted over there that I think he was talking about those movies. But all right, while you're looking up this Pesachim, how do you say that?
Pesachim.
Pesachim. All right.
Yes. It literally means Passovers. It's the tractate on Passover. And what is... I don't see any dead cats yet.
Something. Charlesworth Old Testament. Alright. Fraudwith said, I read something in Charlesworth's Old Testament pseudepigrapha that had to do with Solomon and a demon, as he mentioned. The Testament of Solomon or something. Pseudepigrapha. That sounds familiar too. As he said, he uses the demons to find the Shamir to build the temple with no metal tools.
Okay, I'm looking at 68B. Am I looking at the wrong place, Chazi? Because I'm not finding anything about cats.
Oh, is he being serious about the cats? Whoa.
Yeah.
Oh, man. 3 generations. My goodness.
Yeah, I kind of remember that from Brachot 9, I believe, but he's telling me to look at 68b, and I'm not finding anything in 68b.
It was really interesting. I probably get too interested in this stuff, I guess. Like I said, I describe myself as a pagan mostly, so, you know.
We'll get you to Noahide soon.
Alright, I'll stick with paganism for now. Not necromancy, though. I'm not going that far.
No necromancy. Stay away from the necromancy.
You know, I think I'd be too scared to do some Solomonic magic anyway. Knowing me, I would break the circle and it would all go wrong, and the demons would come pouring in. It'd be a bad time.
Yeah, are you
that's
sure?
Ashmata.
Because Brachot 66a is the one with the ashes, and I think it's the ashes of cats.
Thank you, Jacob. Stay away from necromancy, Jason. Alright, Sandy. If you insist. I won't go playing around with the dead.
I read something in Charles Worth's Old Testament Superior. You read that already. Demons to find the Shamir. I have no idea what you're talking about. Good night, y'all. You're my favorite Ethan in Reno. He's
Good night,
the only Ethan I know in Reno.
Okay. Nice. I don't know anybody in Reno. Where is Reno anyway? I should know
Reno
this.
is in Nevada. It's up.
Okay.
It's up near Sacramento. Yes, Krish, you are definitely my favorite Krish. You are also the only Krish I know.
Has he said he's gonna go through another?
Gittin 68b. See, Psachim 68b is very different from Gittin 68b. They're completely different books.
Oh man.
Okay.
Alright, let's hear some of this magic thing.
Okay.
Soft speech can break a bone.
Ashmedai saw a blind man who was lost on the road, and he brought him to the correct road. He saw a drunk who was lost on the road, and he brought him to the correct road. He saw the joy of a wedding celebration, in which they were celebrating, and he cried. He heard a certain man say to a shoemaker, "Make me shoes that will last for 7 years," and he laughed. He saw a certain sorcerer performing magic, and he laughed. When Ashmedai arrived there in Jerusalem, they did not bring him before Solomon until 3 days had passed. On the first day he said to them, "Why doesn't the king want me to come to him?" They said to him, "He drank too much and was overcome by drink." Ashmedai took a brick and placed it on top of another brick. The servants came and told Solomon what he had done. Solomon interpreted the action and said to them, "This is what he said to you through this allusion. Return and give the king more to drink." The following day, Ashmedai said to them, "And why doesn't the king want me to come to him?" They said to him, "He ate too much and was overcome by food." Ashmedai took the brick off the other brick and placed it on the ground. The servants came and told Solomon what Ashmedai had done. He interpreted Ashmedai's actions and said to them, "This is what he said to you through this allusion. Take his food away from him." At the end of 3 days, Ashmedai came before Solomon. Ashmedai took a reed and measured 4 cubits and threw it before him. He said to Solomon, "See, when that man, Solomon, dies, he will have nothing in this world except the 4 cubits of his grave. Now you have conquered the entire world, and yet you are not satisfied until you also conquer me? Solomon said to him, I need nothing from you. I want to build the temple, and I need the shamir, that's a worm, for this.
Why is
Ashmedai,
it? Okay. Never
so the shamir worm, so there are parts of the temple that can only be built with stone that has not been hewn by metal. And
Yeah.
so the rabbis teach that there's a worm that chews through
Okay.
stone.
see.
Ashmedai said to him, the shamir was not given to me, but it was given to the angelic minister of the sea, and he gives it only to the wild rooster, also known as the duchafat, or the hoopoe.
I can't tell you how much I love this. This is amazing.
He trusts by the force of his oath to return it.
Why is this in the Bible?
This is why isn't this in the Bible? And what does the wild rooster do with it? He brings it to mountains that are not fit for habitation, and he places the shamir on the craggy rocks, and the mountain splits. And he takes and brings seeds of trees, throws them there, and it becomes fit for habitation. And this is why we interpret the word dukafat as a cutter of mountain, nagar Torah. The Aramaic translation of the word dukafat in the Bible is nagar Torah, cutter of mountains. They investigated and found the nest of a wild rooster in which there were chicks, and he covered its nest with translucent glass. When the rooster came, it wanted to enter the nest, but was unable to do so. It went and brought the shamir and placed it on top to crack the glass. Solomon's servant threw a clump of dirt at the rooster, and the rooster knocked over the shamir. The man took it, and the wild rooster went and strangled itself over the fact that it had not kept its oath by not returning the shamir. Later, Benayahu said to Ashmedai, what is the reason that when you saw that blind man who was lost on the road, you brought him to the correct road? Ashmedai said to him, they proclaim about him in heaven that he is a completely righteous man, and anyone who does good for his soul shall merit to enter the world to come. Then Benayahu asked, what is the reason that when you saw the drunk man who was lost on the road, you brought him to the correct road? Ashmedai said to him, they proclaim about him in heaven that he is a completely wicked man, and I did good for his soul so that he will consume his reward in this world and not have any reward in the world to come. Benayahu continued and asked him, what is the reason that when you saw that joy of the wedding you cried? Ashmedai said to him, I knew that this man will die within 30 days, and his wife is required to wait for the Yavam, the husband's brother, who is a minor, to reach the age of 13 years, the age of majority, so that he can release her through chalitza, the ritual through which the Yavam frees the Yavama of the Levirate bonds. In addition, he asked, what is the reason that when you heard that man say to a shoemaker, make me shoes that will last for 7 years, you laughed? Ashmedai said to him, that man does not have 7 days to live. Does he need shoes that will last for 7 years? Benayahu then asked, what is the reason that when you saw that sorcerer performing magic, you laughed? Ashmedai said to him, because he was sitting on the king's treasury, Bey Gaza, let him use his magic to throw what there is buried underneath him, to know what there is buried underneath him. Solomon kept Ashmedai with him until he completed building the temple. One day he stood with Ashmedai alone. He said to Ashmedai, It is written, "For him like the lofty horns of the wild ox," Numbers 24:8. And the sages say in explanation of the verse, like the lofty horns, Ketoafot Re'em. Okay. These are the ministering angels. The wild ox, these are the demons. In what way are you greater than us? Why does the verse praise your abilities and powers over those of human beings? Ashmedai said to him, "Take the chain engraved with God's name off me, and give me your ring with God's name engraved on it, and I will show you my strength." Solomon took the chain off him, and he gave him his ring. Ashmedai swallowed the ring and grew until he placed one wing in the heaven and one wing on the earth. He threw Solomon a distance of 400 parasangs. With regard to that moment, Solomon said, "What profit is there for a person through all of his toil under the sun?" With Solomon deposed from the throne, Ashmedai took his place. With regard to the verse, "And this was my portion from all of my toil," the Gemara asks, what is the meaning of the expression "and this"? This expression is always an allusion to an item that is actually in his hand or can be shown. Rav and Shmuel disagreed with regard to the meaning of that phrase. One said this is referring to Solomon's staff that remained in his hand, and one said this is referring to his cloak. Solomon circulated from door to door collecting charity, and wherever he arrived he would say, "I, Ecclesiastes, was king over Israel in Jerusalem." When he finally arrived at the Sanhedrin in Jerusalem, the sages said, "Now an imbecile does not fixate on one matter all of the time, so what is this matter? Is this man perhaps telling the truth that he is Solomon?" The sages said to Benaiyahu, "Does the king require you to be with him?" Benaiyahu said to them, "No." They sent to the queens and asked, "Does the king come to be with you?" The queens sent a response to them, "Yes, he comes." They sent a request to the queen, "Check his feet to see if they are human feet." The queens sent a response to the sages, "He always comes in socks, and it is not possible to see his feet." The queens continued discussing the king's behavior, and he demands of them, the queens, to engage in sexual intercourse when they are menstruating. And he also demands that Bathsheba, his mother, engage in sexual intercourse with him. Once the Sanhedrin heard this, they understood that this was an impostor and not actually Solomon. They brought Solomon, gave him a ring and the chain on which the name of God was carved. When Solomon entered, Ashmedai saw him and fled. The Gemara adds, "And even so, although Ashmedai fled, Solomon was fearful of him. And this is as it is written, Behold the bed of Solomon, surrounded by 60 strong men from the warriors of Israel, all of them holding swords and trained in war, each man with his sword on his thigh from fear in the nights." Yeah. We could
Nice.
keep on
That's-
going, but
It's a good
yeah.
bedtime story.
Chezi is a fool! Not really.
That story
Reno
was
is
intense.
also
I love that.
near Lake Tahoe. Go to the page before you in the middle of the story. You said 68B. It's not my fault. You should have said 68A. So apparently the story starts earlier.
Oh,
The
okay.
story starts a lot earlier.
So Ashmedai was the demon that
Yes.
Hezi mentioned earlier? Okay. Yeah, don't tangle with those demons, man. Shit.
Yes.
Don't give him
So-
your magic ring with the name of God on it. Goodness. That was a
Why would you do that?
I thought,
That's a silly
Solomon
thing to
Gomorrah.
do.
I know. I thought the wise here. What's he thinking? Don't give away those magic rings to demons. Well,
So if you want to look up Gittin, you can look up Gittin and find all of these interesting stories on the Solid.
Yeah, this is great. You know, there was another one in God, why am I drawing a blank? I can't remember what it's called. Apocrypha. It's the books that are excluded from the Protestant Bible.
And the
There was
Jewish
another
Bible.
one. Yeah, that's true. There was, gosh, what was it? I can't remember. There's another one that kind of reminded me, like, it felt kind of fairy tale-ish as well. And there was one part where the guy, like, he takes some fish and he's got to do some ritual with the fish and, like, take its gall and make some, like, healing tincture or something with it. I don't even know what he does. I can't remember what it's called. I'm trying to remember the name of the book. I don't know. I don't know why I'm drawing a
hungry.
blank right now. Alright, it's midnight here anyway, so I should probably hop off, but thanks for doing Tobit. There it is, Fraudwith. Thank you. Thank you, the Book of Tobit. That one was a really fun one too. I really enjoyed that story. So,
But if we
anyways.
stick around some longer, Hezi will come on.
will he?
That's
And
what he
sees a
said.
two-headed man.
When did Hezi say, if you're around in half an hour, I might come on?
Oh, I don't know. Did he say that?
In the office in 30, if you're still around.
Oh,
He said that.
when did?
He said that like 25 minutes ago.
Oh, so he's almost there.
Mhm.
Oh, I should probably stick around a little bit then. Do you need to get some food?
I think I am going to go raid the fridge. I will be back.
All right. Vegan food is so good. Y'all should try it. Jacob left me. He left me. I don't know what to do at this point. I don't have the Book of Tobit, or I would read it. Let me see. I was reading in Judges, and those feel kind of like a little bit strange. Wow. Let me see here. Where's that? I was at Yeftah. If that's how you say it. Trying to think. I'll read a short one before he comes back. I don't know how long he'll be gone. Except I don't know how to say these names, so don't. Let's see. Fraudwood said, I just read Tobit for the first time the other day. Yeah, this is good. I like that story. I don't have it on me right now. Otherwise, I'd start reading that because that one's fun. Belle and the Dragon is fun too. Oh, Jacob's already back. I don't have to read this thing. At least I think he's back. Yeah. But yeah, if you have the Apocrypha, I suggest Belle and the Dragon. That's like 2 chapters tops, but it's good. He's back already. What'd you find?
The fridge is not that far away. This is Greek yogurt.
Oh. Never been a fan.
You don't like Greek yogurt?
No, I don't know why. It's Go-Gurt or nothing. Have you ever
Go-Gurt?
had Go-Gurt? You don't
What's
know?
Go-Gurt?
Oh my god. Oh, okay, it was kind of a joke. It's when they started putting yogurt in like to-go packs, and they had all these commercials of like kids jumping on the ceiling and they're eating. It was that the action version of Go-Gurt. So you didn't need a spoon; you could just squeeze it straight out of like a popsicle pack, straight into the mouth. Yogurt in a tube. That's a good way. A very good way to describe it.
Grim keeps on accusing me of doing mukbang.
What is that?
I didn't know either, but so there on YouTube, there's a place where you can see what people subscribed to your channel are searching for, and one of them was mukbang. So I went and looked it up, and it's videos of people eating, and apparently like there's like some sort of fetish people have for watching people eat on YouTube.
I didn't know this was a thing. What a great way to make money. Now I know how to
Eat-
get my channel some more subscribers.
Eating on YouTube. So
All right. Just some yogurt. Well, you need to get some Go-Gurt on here and some Crystal Burgers or White Castle. That's where it's at. Or that other burger you told me about. I can't remember. The double. I can't remember the In-N-Out.
yeah.
The scripture verse.
I officially don't eat unkosher food on camera. Officially.
Oh, okay, that's probably good.
I have shame.
That's not unkosher. That's beef.
First
It has to
of
be
all,
killed a certain way.
yes. Second, cheeseburgers are not kosher, even if the beef is correctly slaughtered.
Why? Why is that? Is it because the cheese is with the beef? Is it the whole mother's milk thing?
Hmm.
I didn't know if it went that far. Like I wasn't sure if it was just milk. Or some people talked about butter. You can't cook the meat.
Oh,
with butter.
any type of. So if you actually visit Chazi's house when you go to Jerusalem, you will see that they have separate dairy and meat dishes, separate ovens, separate all kinds of stuff.
So what does a Jew do with a charcuterie board? Nothing. There's just
It's either dairy or meat. You don't.
you can't. Okay.
You wait
can't combine them.
You wait 6 hours after eating meat before you eat dairy.
Really? Oh wow.
Yep.
That's crazy. That's very sad in some ways.
Why?
I
It's
don't
actually
know,
there's
because
all kinds of beautiful symbolism behind it.
it's a very tasty combination sometimes. It's cheese and the meat together. So well,
it's
you can't
not
have
like
pepperoni.
you can't
anyway.
have it. You
I
can
know.
have it.
That's true. I can. I could do that. But now with all the vegan options, you could just get like some sort of vegan.
What is Chazi trying to put in my chat?
I don't know. Can you put this? I don't even know how to copy it now. How do I copy this? Nope. What did I do? I'm messing stuff up here. Does that mess up your screen too? We'll blame it on the ghost.
So here it is. So progress. Rabbanut, the chief rabbinate, makes kosher flesh meturbat. What's meturbat? I'm guessing it's laboratory.
Says Jacob, you won't like this.
Yeah, I probably won't.
What is it? I don't know what's happening. That looks like some steak and shake fries right there, next to some sort of piece of.
בפסק הלכה תקדימי קובע הרב הראשי לישראל David Lau. So David Lau, the chief rabbi of Israel, made a halachic ruling כי הבשר המתורבת שמייצרת 1,000 farms הוא parv. That's the lab-grown beef that Aleph Farms is making is parv, meaning you can eat it with meat or dairy. Ulam k'dei sheyugdar ככזה תצטרך החברה שמפיקה את מוצריה מתי גזע להגדירם כצמחוניות. I can't read modern Hebrew.
I'll have to
I'm
break it down
bad
for
at
us.
reading modern Hebrew. What happens if you accidentally stir a fleshige pot with a milchig spoon? So that's not a huge problem. As long as it's not a huge problem. The spoon becomes treif, but I think like the food isn't a problem. Had tofu rice dish rather than meat at a friend's house because we had cream in our coffee. Yep, that would happen at a Orthodox Jewish house. I like fried tofu, but lab-grown meat seems to be interesting. I hope it will spread. Yeah, I mean, frankly, I have no problem with lab-grown meat, as long as it's
What is
healthy.
that? I've never even heard of this. Lab-grown meat. What is this?
So the idea is that instead of growing meat on animals, you grow it in a lab, and then you don't have to make animals suffer.
I've never heard of this before. So you grow meat. So is this kind of like mushrooms? Like what? I don't understand.
Well, okay,
Is it, or tofu?
just
What is-
imagine. Okay, well, so halakhically, I don't think this would work, but I think for if you're not worried about Jewish law, you could make this happen. Like,
Okay.
let's say you decapitate a cow, right?
Yeah.
And then you keep it alive and growing in a lab, right?
Oh.
And the flesh keeps on growing.
Okay. I see.
There's nothing that says you can't just like find a way to make the flesh keep on growing, especially if the cow has cancer.
That sounds very resourceful.
Yeah, and I don't know that it would be healthy, and I don't think it would be halachically. How's lab-grown meat work with regard to halacha? That's the question. The problem is you have to actually kill, like, ever minachai is a problem. So like what I just described, I don't think is a halachic thing you could do. But when Chazi comes on, we will grill him because he's the
Yeah.
rabbi.
So, what is the symbolism of the "Thou shalt not boil a young goat in its milk"?
So, dairy is considered mercy, right? And kindness. Whereas meat comes from death, right? It's life and death, mercy and severity or justice, right?
Okay.
So we keep these two things in their proper place. Now, you're allowed to have dairy and then have meat, but you're not allowed to do it the other way around. Why? Because, like, the death requires a period of passing, but
Like
you can have
fermentation.
life before death. And, like, there's all kinds of, well, in Hebrew, ki gavar aleinu chasto, and things like that. So, like, this symbolism of life and death between meat and milk and red and white, it's something that's like, it's all the way through in Judaism. It's actually pretty interesting and like,
Yeah,
yeah,
that's really interesting.
Pretty
I'd love
cool.
to hear more about that. Yeah, because I feel like that symbolism would scale across a multitude of things. It's really interesting.
It does, and it does so beautifully, but it's like you have to get into the particulars. See, this is the interesting part. Like, this is where I scream in Chazi. He has, like, for me, like, okay, you follow the details of Jewish law, and then afterwards you get an explanation which shows the beauty of something, and it's like mind blowing. It's like, oh wow, that's really cool, right?
Yeah.
But if you are only willing to do those things which sound cool to you, and you're like, then it's like you never get that experience of like later on, like. So for me, I didn't grow up putting on my right shoe, then putting on my left shoe, then lacing my left shoe, then lacing my right shoe. And like supposedly, Chezi is supposed to teach his kids, you put on your right shoe, you put on your left shoe, you lace your left shoe, you lace your right shoe, right? And like he can try to explain to a 4-year-old or a 5-year-old the symbolism behind it, but it's a little bit complex. I mean, I could explain it, but part of the whole thing of it is like you do all of these things and then you learn the symbolism and how it's a thread that goes through all of these things, and you're like, oh wow, that's really cool. Whereas, do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I totally get it. Yeah, it's weird though. I mean, I wonder if people might live their whole lives and never get that experience though. Like, I wonder if just like maybe you notice it and experience it because you missed out on it. Because sometimes I wonder that about myself too. Like I'll be like picking at symbolism and things, and I don't know. And other people, it just
than really seem to notice it. It's just that they don't really even care either. Like they don't find it interesting. I'm like no, but this left shoe right there, they like that's totally, I'm like, there's so much there, and they're like, whatever. They just
that's
know.
part of the thing. Like there are definitely a lot of Orthodox Jews who like they grew up in an Orthodox family. All of their family expects them to keep all of the, rituals and stuff. And they don't believe in any of it. And they hate it. And when they can get away with not doing it, they don't do it. But they keep things up for appearances because that's the world that they know. And for a lot of those people, like, all this stuff is nonsense. And they actually get mad when somebody like me, who, like, my parents don't like when I do the Jewish stuff, and like when I was living the Orthodox life, like it was a constant battle with like my family members and stuff, and the people who had to do it but didn't want to do it, like the people who were in the reverse situation from me, which is like every time I would be doing my morning prayers when my parents wanted to do something else, or I would be insisting on going to synagogue or not riding in a car on the Sabbath or whatever, right? And these people were like in a very opposite situation where they wanted to be watching TV on the Sabbath and like they couldn't because they were stuck in this religiously observant community. Like those were the people, and that's where a lot of the tension between, I don't know if you remember like me and Chezi and Nechama talking about BT versus FFB. BT is Baal Tshuva and FFB is from birth. So Baal Tshuvas are people whose family wasn't religious and they became religious. And then depends like how morning prayers are usually around half an hour to 45 minutes. It took me about an hour to complete them Like, I wouldn't always complete my entire morning prayers. Afternoon prayers you can do in 15 minutes to half an hour. And evening prayers are like half an hour or so. So, like, you spend about 2 hours a day praying. Yeah, so BT is the people who were raised not religious and they become religious. And the FFB are people who were raised religious, and there was a lot of conflict because at least some of the FFBs resented the BTs, and some people it was.
I could see that.
The fact is, wherever you go, you notice that the people there are all human beings.
Yeah.
And it's disappointing. It really is.
It's disappointing and it's encouraging at the same time. I don't know. It's almost beautiful in a way. It is.
Yeah.
I mean, it is really interesting because even going to India, a few times I've been there, it's like, it's just, you get there and the culture's different. I mean, people act a little differently, but you're like, they're all just people. And yeah, they're really not that much different. I don't know. People are people everywhere, but.
They are, but I mean, there are differences between cultures. I don't want to pretend like there isn't. And
yeah,
frankly,
course,
frankly, I think Jewish culture is the best culture. Well, I mean, Jewish religious, I think, but at the same time, like I was talking to Chezi about, seeing young Hasidic hooligans throwing stones at people, and it's like, yeah, they're hooligans. Like, what, you expect there not to be teenage Hasidic hooligans, just like there are teenage everything else types of hooligans? Chezi came and left. He'll be back, I'm sure. Wow, that's pretty cool because it brings more value when a prayer is long, because short prayers generally doesn't connect you to God strongly. It depends. It depends. But yeah, spending a nice long time praying. Honestly, I loved it. Like, if I could live the life of somebody who like gets to spend all day learning Torah and praying and stuff like that, I would do it. I would totally do it.
Yeah, there is something. I don't know. I feel like there'll probably always be that tension though between the people that have to grow up doing the traditions and the rituals, and the people coming in that didn't have it and really seeing the little hidden gems in it. Hey, Hezi.
Hey guys.
Chezi's also wearing one of these. What do you call these things?
A beanie?
Beanies. Yes, you're wearing a beanie. So what was that modern Hebrew article I could barely read?
First off, good evening. I hope all's well.
Good
Jason,
evening.
I hope all's well.
Yeah.
Your family's doing well. Your sisters are doing well. The ministry's doing well. And there's so much going on. Demons. Messiah ben Yosef.
Yeah.
Shoes. Meat. The article I sent is just because you guys were talking about meat and milk, and basically engineered meat, right? Laboratory meat that gets, they're just taking the embryos even before, like, it's not even really like a cow, but they're manipulating via their gene magic, and they are creating meat. But the rabbis are saying, it's far removed already from the natural process, so this isn't a living thing, and therefore it's not meat. The ramification for that is, for example, you would be able to then have a cheeseburger However, I would still be against that for cultural reasons.
Maritayan.
And also that's, I guess, to a certain extent, like if the whole, again, assuming the community is a pious community and being, let's say, a righteous community, if they decided all together that they are going to do so the halakha, the Jewish law, also knows how to accommodate, like, sort of, quote unquote, the wisdom of the masses, and see how to adapt also accordingly. So you're not this rabbi. It's a pretty big breaking news sort of decree, because it is a paradigm shift. However, I would argue that most probably he's not going to give his sons like a cheeseburger now on that basis. You would say that, yeah, if someone doesn't know, if someone's like stuck abroad and they need to do this, so this would be sort of a more lenient attitude to allow one to deal with his dietary restrictions.
So is this the chief rabbi who went to prison, or a different one?
No, first of all, he was the chief rabbi. He's no longer the chief rabbi. There was a chief rabbi that I actually had a Rosh Hashanah meal with that did go to prison, because he also actually was playing around with meat and kashrus, and it's very sad that people in that position played such political games, but they're political pundits. I don't see them as thought leaders. And this Rabbi Lau, his nephew is Rav Benny Lau, who is some of the Orthodox community would now probably consider him more, let's say, more progressive, but he's fairly open-minded. He had his congregation. He was a rabbi in a very big congregation in Jerusalem, synagogue called Nachmanides, the Ramban Shul, and he had a woman rabbi, co-rabbi with him for a while, which was
at the Ramban Shul, the oldest synagogue in all of Israel.
No, it wasn't old. It's another Ramban Shul. It's one in.
It's not the one in the old city.
No, not the one in the old city. And I mean, I was upset just because if you're gonna do that to a community, if you're gonna bring in like a female rabbi, she needs to like knock your socks off. And like this other rabbi, she was like, she gave this speech or sort of like half-assed, and I was like, I don't know, like you want to like. It needs, like, you can't, like, you're going to ask the community to sort of, like, accept this right now. It needs to be, like, sort of demanding of their attention, I guess, in a certain extent. But she's actually talking about something deep. I mean, it was a few years ago, but I don't think anyone in the community really understood her. Excuse me for a second as I leave my car.
So, Sandy, it's if it's taken from an egg, it would not be considered alive because in Judaism, you're echoing Chazi. Okay, because in Judaism, eggs are not considered alive until at least 40 days of gestation.
Oh my gosh, and this is technical. How do they? How do they do all this? I mean, did they have these rules before like scientific discoveries, or were the?
A lot of this stuff comes from the Talmud, but yeah,
it does. Okay,
yeah,
that's interesting. So
yeah,
they're allowed. So the rule is they're allowed to eat the. They're not allowed to eat the meat because it's not alive.
Well,
I don't understand.
So my thing was, so if you take a cow, right, and you chop its head off. You have to actually kill the animal in order to eat it, right?
Okay.
So you can't keep on growing, and that would be a problem. But Chezi was saying that they take an egg and they grow it in a lab out of from individual cells.
So you
and
could
I guess
eat it. Okay.
Yeah.
Technically. Wow, this is kind of like one of in churches where they find that little loophole in the rule.
Well, okay, so I have to say this about loopholes.
I'm just kidding.
No, I mean I'm serious about this, but like, people think Talmud is like finding loopholes, and it's like, no, it's not about finding loopholes. It's about finding the exact details of what God has commanded, right? And if the detail is, right, that this is life and that isn't. So, for example, I guess I could use the example of turkeys, right? So turkeys come from the North America, and the Bible has a list of birds that are not kosher, right? So how do you know that a turkey, whether a turkey is kosher or not, right? And like there was a debate and like questions and all kinds of stuff, and ultimately what happened was the vast majority of Jewish people were eating Orthodox Jewish people were eating turkey. And so now it's kind of become accepted that yes, turkey is kosher, right? And that's
I was being somewhat facetious when I said loophole, but I think it's sad. What you're talking about sounds kind of related to what Mathieu Peugeot was talking about, like kind of the feminine asking the question or something. Like you have the truth, the Talmud, there's things that are kind of set, and then you have these other things that arise that kind of bring a question that you got to deal with. And how do you incorporate the truth into that question, sort of? So you eat turkey. I like turkey. Pretty good.
I think that's a beautiful sentiment that you said. If I'm understanding you correctly, Jason, about Mathieu Peugeot, and can you mention that again? You said something about the question is the feminine. You said.
Yeah. That's what. Have you listened to some of his stuff a little bit?
I listened to some of his stuff, and this also has to do with the renewal of tradition in general.
Yeah.
It doesn't. You can't just renew based on like some new information and just like have like a new link to the tradition, which I think Jacob would agree with. However, my attitude is the tradition is the masculine, okay, and Knesset Israel, the congregation of Israel, represents the feminine, and you can have. And this also has to do with the verse in Hosea about you will no longer call me Baali. You will call me Ishi. You will no longer call me Baali. As in, both mean husband, but one means more about ownership and one means more about a partnership. And at that point, it behooves us to via the tradition and our connection to the roots, sprout new leaves, new flowers, new fruit. And that has to happen, though, when we recognize and see in ourselves as a wife and no longer someone subservient to. Obviously, we're still subservient to God, but the idea is that we are co-creating together with him. So as long as the co-creation and the traditions are constantly tethered to the past, then I believe you can have a tradition innovation. However, many rabbis are very nervous to do so for understandable reasons.
Yeah, it's terrifying because when this. Well, go ahead, Jacob.
No, I just wanted to ask, do you think that law with putting "In God We Trust" on the money is going to pass?
Probably not, just because Israelis and Jews in general are very unruly, and they don't like. I don't want to say like that kind of nonsense. Like I just don't think it's gonna fly. I think Israel itself is already sort of religious in its own ways. Like I don't think people feel like the need to have that on their money. I specifically think it was amazing in America that happened, just because it's, you have like capitalism and like a material thing you were talking about earlier about the donkey of Messiah, like Chamor is Chomer is material stuff. So having God's name stamped on top of that, to me, is like that's the elevation of that material thing. I don't think it's seen like that anymore. I don't think like a little kid gets like $1 from his mom and he looks at it like, "In God we trust." Like, this is amazing. But I do think that subconsciously that is. How would you explain a Kiddush Hashem in English? You would say a
sanctification of God's name.
Yes, so I think that is a sanctification of God's name, like on a global scale, on like an international scale. So those are all, again, those are indications to me of like the amazing times we live in, because it took, the way I feel at least, that Judaism was waiting sort of like 2,000 years in exile for the rest of the world sort of to catch up in a certain respect, with regards to like its own morality, where then we could see like we're a lot more aligned. But like elements like the for all intents and purposes, the world power being America, recognizing God, I think was like a huge sanctification of God's name.
Yeah, I think in God we trust. I love it on the US dollar. I just don't think it's a very Jewish thing, so I didn't like the idea of...
What does that mean? It's not a Jewish thing. You say blessings every day. You kiss the mezuzah when you leave the door. I have like garments on.
And the rabbis, I mean, in Megillat Ta'anit, there was a holiday declared when they stopped putting God's name on the money.
By the way, again, it also has to do with that's sort of where the generation is and at the right time. I guess there's times where it's less relevant and there's times where it's more relevant. So it's not something I would go to bat on. I don't think like the government should. It's more depressing to me that they are now they just instated a law with regards to. What do you call chametz in English?
Chametz, leavened.
Leavened, exactly.
Yeah,
on the Passover, you can't have that. So they're saying now, this was a controversy that brought down the last government. So now they instituted it. They instituted into the law that you cannot bring into public institutions any chametz on the Passover, which is just crazy.
Why is that crazy?
It's crazy because it's not going to happen via shoving it down people's throat and enforcing it. Is going to happen ground up, and we should be. This goes all the way back to the Jordan Peterson video I talk about so much. We are not approaching and we are not explaining our own wisdom and our own tradition properly or well to the next generation or to ourselves. We're going about and forcing a community to act a certain way when we should take into consideration how miraculous it is that we're all here together and all the times that infighting has caused to the destruction of our nation. Secondly, the fact that this is the most religious version of Israel basically since the time that there's kings. Okay, so there's more Torah study than ever before. There's more institutions than ever before. There's more recognition than ever before. So you also want to go to the rabbinate and be like, just take a chill pill, guys. You know, you guys are winning. It's going well. Like it's like so forcing on religion and their version or their interpretation of that religion when they're very well aware of the different interpretations that exist within our tradition is just and turning it into policy with you're going to get arrested now with ramifications of fines. It's just that is a bastardization of what I believe what God wants, and I also think is just a very unhealthy way of educating a community. Specifically, you could say generally with policy, but that's how law works. But when it comes to Jewish law, it's just it's a desecration of God's name, I think.
I agree with you 100%. Zionism was a terrible idea.
Nope, that's not at all what I said, but it's okay. Jason, with regards to that demon story that Jacob so graciously read out, so it gets pretty nuts. So that's when they say allegedly Solomon is writing Kohelet is what's Kohelet? Kohelet is Jacob.
Ecclesiastes?
Ecclesiastes. No, isn't that Divrei Yamim?
No. Divrei
Oh, yeah,
Yamim is Chronicles.
Chronicles, right? Okay, Ecclesiastes. So that's when Solomon is writing Ecclesiastes. Apparently, when he gets removed from the temple because of this demon Ashmedai, and he's going around letting people know that he's the king, and everyone thinks he's like some sort of beggar. And the way they find it out is he tells his one of his servants that trusts him, I think, or he talks to some people in the city, and he tells them to go see if King Solomon is he sleeping with his wives during their purity, during their time of purity, which he shouldn't, but he is, and does he ever take off his socks? And the answer is he never takes off his socks, and the reason is because the feet of the demon is always connected to the earth, and he can never transform that into something divine because it's always connected to the material and earthly over here, and he has chicken legs, so he always has to have them covered. But then when they find it out, Solomon walks in. Does Solomon walk in, or does Ben Yehoiada walk in? And he shows him the ring of Solomon, I believe. Either way, they manage, like, he runs off and he disappears. But it was definitely a crazy story. When I was a little kid, my brother would always scare me that Ashmedai was under the bed. And one time I was under my bed.
So funny.
I was under my bed getting something, and my brother said, Ashmedai's there. So I quickly ran out. But the hook, there was like a piece of metal under the bed that grabbed my shirt, and it wouldn't let me out. And then I was like, oh, holy crap, like he is there. It is. This is happening. And I ran out, I ripped my shirt, and I was like, this is traumatizing.
How old were you?
This happened last week. No. When did this happen? I must have been 5.
Oh my god, that's
So
great.
it was a long time ago. And
That's
with
terrifying,
with the black cats,
Oh yeah, what was
it's
this
like you take 3 black cats, and then you have to take, it's like the 3rd black cat in a row. You have to take the placenta, I think. You have to burn it. Then you have to look through. Either you put it in your eye, or you create this sort of kaleidoscope with stretching the skin, and you look through it.
You haven't lost me yet. I'm here. Let's do it.
Yeah.
When,
so,
when I was
pretty
5, I had never heard of Ashmedai.
Yeah, that's
You're
a
fine.
pretty
You never heard
intense,
of
intense story for children, but I guess not.
First of all, this wasn't a bedtime story by my dad. This was my psychopathic brother decided to be annoying to me. I guess we were 3 boys sharing a room. He probably wanted me to shut up or something. So I don't think it was a planned out theological quest he was on.
Hey, Sib,
This is your brother who's the rabbi now, or the brother who's covered in tattoos?
Actually, it was. I mean, both were there. It was my brother who is the rabbi that actually said it, but yeah, he's not. He's not so crazy. I mean, he was never crazy, but he doesn't do that anymore. But he's the brother that does the daf, the daily portion of the Talmud.
Yeah.
I sort of ruined the Talmud for myself in a certain extent.
How can you ruin the Talmud for yourself? That's impossible.
Not, and I say this again, my father didn't pressure me, but when I went to my yeshiva, my higher theological and religious education institution, my father's attitude was that, this is a sort of I mean, you could decide to become a rabbi if you want to, but this is sort of a stage in your life right now. You're not going to do this forever. And the Torah is called the Ocean of Torah. And he said, this is your opportunity to drown in it, right? You don't have to come home. You don't have to call for the weekend. There's no pressure. You have 0 responsibility. Just learn. Just bask. And the attitude was, the expectation was, go through Maimonides, go through the Mishnah, go through the Gemara, the Talmud, and go through the Mishnah Brura. and you have 5 to 6 years to do so, and do that. So I decided that I'm going to do the Talmud in 2 years. That's what I decided that I'm going to do for myself, which means if you need to do basically 3.5 pages a day. And that was not fun. Finding myself like in the study hall at 2 o'clock in the morning because like I missed the day before, so now it's 7 pages, and I'm like crying because like I'm not interested in reading this page anymore, but like it's too far. I'm trying to figure out like how much does what's the weight of a sacrificial lamb, and you're like, what am I doing right now? Like I could be watching The Sopranos. So that was sort of like
Watching
traumatic.
The Sopranos? You wouldn't get kicked out of Yeshivat HaKotel for watching The Sopranos?
First of all, in theory you would, but my last 2 years there when I was teaching there, I had like my own room with like my own like suite and kitchenette, so like it was really like less of an issue with like what I was watching inside my room. In general, like I had my own like sort of way about things, which the school didn't always love. But yeah, so after doing that, I sort of took a pause on the Talmud just because it was too much for me. I clearly love the Talmud, but I'm very against that. That's sort of the main focus of many of these religious institutions. I just don't think that needs to be like the main focus.
Frankly, I think Bekias ruins Talmud for people. Yeah, there's a place for
just to explain what Bekiyut means, Jason. So there's 2 ways to learn the pages of, or just in general, the Talmud. You could go sort of skim it, right? So you read the actual text in Hebrew and Aramaic, and then you hit on the basic commentary, which is Rashi, and sometimes you'll do his grandson's commentary. It's called the Tosfot, the additions, and you'll read some of their commentary. But like the second you see like a whopper one, you're like, forget this. Okay, so then there's doing it be'iyun, which is like means like digging deep. So you do the whole page, all the commentary on the page, and all the second commentary and third commentary, breaking down how it eventually comes down into how does this text develop over the last 2,000 years. So in general, you take a certain book, a certain tractate. So you'll take blessings, brachot, and in the morning, the first 5 hours of the day, you do it in depth. So everyone's learning it together, and you're learning that for the first 5 hours, and then there's a class about that. So you basically manage to do like maybe like a page a day or something, not even. And then throughout the week, you go through it skimming. So the idea is like go through the whole tractate and slowly also do it in depth. So yeah, when I was doing my version of 2 years, that was skimming through. That was just like reading, basic understanding, and then like going through. And then over the years, there would be ones that I would go into depth. But Jacob is saying that doing it like the skimming version that a lot of people try to do is not it's not very cost productive, as they say. It doesn't.
It's beyond that. I think it ruins the experience for you. It's like you're just skimming it, like as opposed to like actually taking Talmud seriously and trying to understand Ramban, Ritva.
Well, this is the problem in general. Tradition is an issue I have. Let's say my son comes home and he has this little booklet. And he's in a modern Orthodox school. It's a co-ed school. He's in the old city.
Hashem Yerachem. Why would you put your kid in a... No, it is not. Co-ed schools, like, look into the science of them. There is no reason for anybody to put their children in co-ed schools. They absolutely destroy the ability of your children to learn. Look at the science.
One second, Jacob. Tell us what you really feel.
Look at the science. Okay. Look at the science.
I think last time I looked at the science, women do more poorly, and it's better for the boys. However, ultimately, either way, my point is it's a modern school. Having said that, he comes home with a booklet, and on the booklet, it's called Vishinantem, sort of like you learned and like to repeat. And if you want to have a basic control over these concept of the Talmud and the Mishnah, have your kid memorize, like, have him memorize this 7 times and have him remember. And I'm looking at this, and I have like sort of no interest to teach this, to have my son learn his wisdom this way. On the other hand, I'm like, well, this is how my parents did it. Like, they just sat me down and they're like, okay, memorize this and memorize that. And it's difficult because you end up feeling like there's no way avoiding indoctrination to a certain extent.
Right.
You're
is
saying
no
right.
There's no way of completely
Embodying,
avoiding
showing your kid how you do it.
You indoctrinate your children. There's nothing wrong with that.
I'm not saying there's something necessarily wrong. I'm saying it's a struggle I have because I don't want them to I want it to be like sort of a lived experience, which they obviously are living every day. But Jacob was mentioning earlier, I believe, something about like how one puts on his shoe, right, then left, then right, as far as tying. And do I teach that to my kids? It's important for me for them to grow up realizing that if they don't do that, God isn't mad at you.
Yeah.
That's like it's important to remove the guilt. However, at the same time, I want them to understand why it's important to do so, with regards to the mindfulness and the alignment and the mind space of where you should be and how you orient yourself when you wake up in the morning, and really how you live your whole life, whether it's your business practices or your relationship with your wife. But historically speaking, if I start like getting upset, like that's the wrong shoe, and then you're like, what am I doing? Or because there's people that will come and say, they'll go back to their child and take off their shoe and like do it again because like they think like the sequence didn't happen, and if the sequence didn't happen, like we upset the God, or like bad things are going to happen to me right now. So I don't think people necessarily should not take these things seriously, but they also have to recognize.
What did your parents ever say to you? Chazi, you put the wrong shoe on, God's gonna strike you down?
So first of all, not in that language, and I had like a more. My mom was very. She's a very pious woman, but she was like very intense, and like she married like a psychologist who she would be like, it's Sabbath right now. My dad's like, time is a concept, and like, who are, what's the...
What happened?
He got a phone call when he gets.
Sorry, I got a phone call. Yeah, my dad was also like a very also religious person, but my mom was definitely very intense about this, and I'm sure it caused the tension that she had with my brother, which now they've reconciled. She definitely sees now the error in her ways and how she should have gone about it. And I've mentioned this before, how generally speaking, in a lot of the communities, family has beaten ideology. Like almost many families now are not going to tell their son that is no longer religious to not come to the Shabbat meal anymore. Like the attitude is like, you're always welcome at the table, which is a much healthier relationship, I believe. So, but yes, my mom was definitely very intense about, constantly, it's time to go to the daily prayers, wake up, go right now. You're playing with your friends, like, go do this right now, stop this game, go pray. So there was a lot of that. And we joke around that even if Messiah came and he would be giving a speech, my mom would go over and be like, I just noticed the clock. It's, you're going to miss the early prayers. So like, maybe it's time. Like there's like, she will tell it to anyone. She is going to go and let them know, like, I don't know if you should be eating that. Like, so that's a lot. And I think now she realizes that was intense, but
okay,
it's sort of a shame.
I have to tell, I don't know if this is true of your mother specifically, but look, the education of Jewish women used to suffer a lot worse, and like it was really bad. And I am very, very glad that basically every intelligent rabbi was on board with serious education of women, because without that, I mean, it's ridiculous.
So my mom has gone through a change since. Like I mentioned in the past, she became mashgichat kashrut. That means she became a she
A
studied over many
supervisor,
years,
yeah.
a supervisor over the dietary restrictions. So she did this whole program which is usually dominated by men, and she did this whole program with a few women. They had to fight in the courts to get it approved that they could do it, and they did it, and she finished. And this was like, hell for the whole family, because now, like, anytime she comes to all of our houses, she's like, I don't know about that, and I don't know about this. Either way, she when she finished, she went to speak to the rabbinate in the neighborhood she was living in
Yes.
to come and say, like, give me the position. And the two rabbis there didn't even look her at the face. One was on a treadmill, and while she was there sitting in this quasi-interview where they don't approach her at any point, they're like, oh, maybe she could go, like, teach the women some, like, purity laws. And she's like, guys, I just did, like, a 4-year program about a specific topic, and that's what I'm here to help with. And they sort of, like, scoffed her off. So I think she also had, like, a wake-up call. But, Jacob, you'll be happy that she came to me 2 days ago, and she said, you'll never believe this verse I found in Maimonides.
Mhm.
And I'm like, no, Mom. I know the verse in Maimonides. I know he talks about Jesus and Muhammad. I know he says they're the path makers. She's like, would you believe this? I'm like, yes, I believe this. I'm aware. Slowly but surely, she's coming to it. She's been reading a lot of Rabbi Lord Jonathan Sachs, which also has, thank God.
Oh,
So
so Benny and I are possibly going to do. So Torah studies. Rabbi Jonathan Sachs did a year's cycle of sichot of the Rebbe on parshas, and we're gonna do the original sicha as well.
I think that's a great idea. By the way, just with regards to, like, the halachic man, I think reading through Jonathan Sachs' books would be a lot more productive and a lot more impactful.
I didn't suggest halachic man. That was Clown of Babylon. He wanted to do it, and I said, fine, whatever you want to do. I also, when I talked to Rabbi Mullet, I was like, yeah, I wouldn't have suggested it, but if that's what people want, that's what people wanted, and there's been a bunch of interest. So what am I going to say? No?
Jason, you were talking about popping over to Honduras and going somewhere else, but would you actually consider coming to Israel for, like, a Bridges of Meaning, like, thing? If
Definitely.
there was, like, a...
Oh yeah.
Right.
Yeah, definitely keep me informed. I would definitely love to plan that for sure. Yeah, we just have so work kind of slowed down the past 6 months. I think it's picking back up now though. So I've just
What's
kind
work?
of I've been I do like title abstracting work with, like, land titles. So if someone wants to refinance, I basically just kind of pull documents on a piece of property.
Israel
look
doesn't
who-
have land titles. This is a weird American thing with real estate. Yeah.
Yeah. it's-
Well,
yeah,
Israel has 7% of the land is privately owned. The rest is owned by our socialist government.
Okay.
Whose fault is that?
The Zionists.
So,
The
Yeah, so then-
vampires.
my sisters, they have my sister Jessica, she started kind of, her and my youngest sister Natalie started it together, but Jessica kind of sort of heads it now, but they started a nonprofit ministry thing for, like, to help orphans and things like that. So they've done that for a few years, and we're going back to Honduras. We went to Honduras last year just to kind of touch base with the people there, and now we're kind of taking a smaller group back to go help build something. So that's going to happen in March. Then hopefully going back to India in November. I was supposed to go next month, but I had to cancel that. So
Okay, so I was thinking in Israel, if we did this, so I was thinking of having, like, a symposium with Jonathan Peugeot, Paul, and Zevi Slavin, and I think those are, like, all big enough names to attract some people. So that would be, like, one thing, like a great meal, symposium, and, like, Q&A afterwards.
yeah.
Then I saw there being meditation and psalm readings in the desert. I thought that could be like cool if we
Yeah,
did like
that'd be
something
really
over
fun.
there and had like some sort of like thing over there. And then I thought of having having 2 separate days, which were sort of sightseeing. I was talking to my cousin, who's a tour guide, to see how we would like curate like a very interesting people got to use their own time to go to the places where they want to go, but I would want to sort of highlight like specific areas where it could also be fruitful for interesting discussions. So I haven't like decided yet like what those locations are. Clearly they have to be also very Christian to a certain extent. So I would, well, most of the group coming is okay.
Yeah.
So I think that would be also I think that would be very interesting. So I see it being sort of a like 4 days of like events, not full days, but let's say 4 days of events, and then the rest people could sort of travel and do their own thing. But Jacob, I'm thinking, and obviously I'm talking out loud, like planning this as I'm talking to you, like would it be like finding like a hostel that could accommodate get good pricing, see how many rooms it could accommodate, then
I would
sort of see like what
I would be fine
people are
with
up
that.
to?
I love staying at a hostel. I stayed at a hostel in India. It was so much fun. 'Cause you
Most-
meet people-
Yeah,
that's where I met that girl.
I'm talking about a nicer hostel.
Yeah, no.
No.
Most-
It doesn't matter for
most
me.
people-
We can camp.
yeah.
It doesn't matter.
Look,
the hippie girl from Iran was in the hostel, and she's
ultimately-
like one of the prettiest women ever.
Ultimately, I think the best thing to do, especially, I mean, I don't know what the market is like in February, but if it's Adar Aleph, when very few people are coming to Israel, it shouldn't be difficult to let people make their own reservations where they're going to stay close to wherever you're going to have the events.
Gotcha.
And you can also have rooms and stuff. And frankly, the only time it really matters where people are sleeping is because Israel is tiny. The only place that it really matters is on Shabbos, and frankly, I think a nice Shabbaton in Jerusalem would be beautiful. But
Right. So you want to have the Sabbath aspect, which I hear. I hear about having a Sabbath aspect, and then also the question is like, is that happening in Jerusalem? And is the attitude to sort of have like the full Sabbath experience, as in take the crew and go to the Israeli souk, the market, on Friday for like culinary extravaganza, and see like the hustle and bustle of all the people like buying their food before the Sabbath, and then go into like Friday night prayers, and then have
at
like
the Kotel. Come on, you gotta go to the Kotel for
Friday night prayers at the Western Wall, and then I would say there's a meal, and then on the Sabbath day there would be lecture / little tour of some areas, which I also think could be cool.
Depends what people want to do, and frankly, I mean, if Bill Schlegel does come, I think he's still allowed in where I think they're pretty close to Jerusalem. Like the Christians, like almost all Christians in Israel have their Sabbath services on Saturdays now, I believe, at least the Protestants.
So when is it?
Is it-
This next February you guys are talking about? When is it? Or do you not have a date?
I thought Purim Katan would be an interesting day to do it, but Chezi, obviously you know a lot more than I do, but I thought Purim Katan would make sense.
As far as pricing goes, then yeah, you don't want to come like January. I mean, yeah, there's a high holidays that you want to avoid, and winter
then
break
summer
is
you want to avoid. So basically,
Why-
winter
Yeah.
is it.
Why do you avoid
well
summer?
spring.
Is it busy?
Why do you want to
busy?
avoid summer? Because like it's just tour capital. Like you just like it's like
Oh,
there's
is
a
it?
billion
Okay.
groups over here, and when I was studying in the old city, also it'd be like nuts because you would have like these massive tour groups there all day, all night, millions of Asians like with holding an umbrella up in the air to locate each other. Like it's that's just like the tour guide letting them know where they are. But I think people would really enjoy it.
Yeah, I
would
think
definitely say
for
when I'll try to
religious
plan around
people, I think for religious people, honestly, winter is when you'll be able to basically go everywhere easily, and it's not very expensive. And frankly, if you're coming from most of the United States and certainly Canada, it's much nicer weather than you usually have, and you would be stuck at home in the winter anyway. So
I was gonna say, is it cold there in the winter? I don't know.
sometimes
Not really.
sometimes it I remember
Is
when
he on
I
mute?
was there, it snowed in Jerusalem when I was there.
Oh, really?
But it was like, it's not like it was like a
Yeah,
lot
yeah.
of snow. There was some snow, but like, yeah, it was only
That'd
a
be
few
so
days
cool.
of snow. Yeah.
Yeah, that would be a lot of fun. I would definitely be down to go. Just let me know. Back again. Oh, he's sideways.
Who lets Chezi on my channel all this time? I would never. let
Yeah,
him
if you
on
guys,
if I could.
guys plan and whatever you guys like pick to do. I mean, like, I mean, I don't know what's there or anything. I'd be down to do whatever. I just tag along.
Is
And
there
I
a
have
place where you specifically
one
would want to go?
restriction: we're not going
Um,
on the Temple Mount. At least
if-
not
well,
officially.
Jacob, I'll
That's
address
the
that in a
one
second.
place I wanted to go. I'm just-
Okay, Jason, where would you want to go?
Well, if Paul's there, I think I should get baptized in the Jordan River. That's the issue.
Would you want to do
I
that?
would I would
Paul-
seriously do that. I didn't know why this
Very cool.
like was
Paul would be opposed to that personally, but he wouldn't be.
Would Paul-
He's not going to say
Paul
anything about
baptize
other
me?
people doing it. But no, Paul will not baptize you. No, he will not.
Oh man.
He
I still have
very
never- I've never-
much would not, and he would get he would get defrocked if he did.
Paul's one of those people I've never actually spoken to him, but I've followed his channel for so long. I feel like I kind of know him. It's just one of those weird things.
If you have been baptized before, he is not going to baptize you again.
You know, I was baptized when I was really little, and I had no idea what it even meant. And so, then
yeah,
I
he's
did
fine
it.
with that. He
Well-
believes in pedobaptism.
yeah. Well, I mean, I don't, like I said, I feel like there's all sorts of baptism. I baptize myself all the time. I'll go to the river and baptize myself because I'm like, hey, I like this river. You know, like, well,
You're so Jewish.
no, it's more, yeah, maybe, I don't know. Like, there's a river I really, really love by the house I used to live at that means a lot to me. And so I'm like, yeah, I'll go baptize myself in it every time I can. And it's cold. It's cold as death, man, but it is nice, which makes it even better. But yeah, I'd be
Jacob?
down to go wherever in Israel. It all sounds amazing.
Yes, Rabbi Chezi.
I haven't gone to the Temple Mount, and I don't
Baruch
go to the
Hashem.
Temple Mount. My brother and cousins actually do go, and they've been pushing me constantly to go with them to the Temple Mount.
Hashem Yerachem.
I want to just say, politically speaking, I don't think there should be like any reason. Like, I think it's crazy that like Jews are restricted on going up. They can't bring any prayer books with them. They can't be mumbling. I just think that's like nuts on just like a political level. If it was up to me, nobody would be allowed on the Temple Mount. Sure,
I don't care.
that by the way, but that would be, then you could be like, that's fair, right? That
Yeah.
means like it's okay. However, if you're gonna allow the Muslims to go up there, it's crazy to not allow Jews to go up there. And when you do let them go up
Yeah,
there,
but
like,
it's not up to us. Israel is ruled by the Gentiles like it's always been.
and then I would say, even with regards to the Western Wall, like the Western Wall is a supporting wall. There's nothing too magical about it. I know people said like there's
What is
tears.
magical about it is for that thousands of years Jews have
Yes,
gone and
yes,
cried
yes.
there. So
Yes, but people need to realize they cried there because it's close to another place. Not that place
What?
itself
They don't.
is
We
over.
never realized that. What are you talking about?
No, I don't. So first of all, I don't. So I do go to the Western Wall. However, I don't go to the Western Wall, and if my sons want to go, I let them do this. I don't put my hands on the wall and like put a little note inside.
I never put a note inside either. But put
that's,
your hands, kiss those stones. Why not? Oh, you're such a guy.
Why am I not kissing the stones? My job, my profession is to build up Jerusalem. Like I'm living in the Messianic times. I don't need to be kissing old stones.
You are
and
not
building new
living in the
stones.
Messianic times, you Koifer.
Messianic times. That's just, everyone feels it, bro.
You're a heretic.
That's why we're in this conversation together right now.
You're a heretic.
I was just telling this carpenter, he was sitting down and we were going over some plans. And it's an Arab carpenter. And he's mentioned something about a rabbi. And I told him, like, Faraj, that Muhammad had like a very good rabbi friend with him that even desecrated the Sabbath and rode out to battle with him to protect him. I'm like, there were times of amazing relationships between Arabs and Jews and Christians and Jews. So I don't know if there was. So yeah, he actually he went to his community and told them to ride with him, and they said no. And he said, "Do you not realize that by you thinking we need to, by not riding out with me on the Sabbath, you are actually the ones desecrating the Sabbath." But yeah.
Hey, I have a question. This might be kind of unrelated. So, it seems to me like, Hezi, you're kind of somewhat involved in. Are you in like decisions that happened over there a lot? Like
With what?
Different, because you just I don't know, decisions in. I don't know, politics. Is that the right way to say it? Because it seems like it comes up sometimes. Like when I brought up the idea of how Mathieu Peugeot was talking about the tradition the feminine, questioning the tradition. It seems like that's kind of comes up a lot for you. Like all these different things are kind of coming together at once, and
they come up and it comes to a head because. Sorry, for 1 second, I'm being rude. Hi, Sandy. I hope all is well. It comes to a head because the tradition that has kept us for so many years, which I'm super grateful for. I always give an example like of a Jenga tower that I'm very aware that I need to be very sensitive and very thankful to our different ecology of practices and traditions that we have and how important they are for the structure that they have built. However, we were in exile for 2,000 years. That wasn't the ideal. That's a default because we were not acting properly. And therefore, we were exiled and had to create an exoskeleton, and it could be divinely inspired, but to allow us to survive throughout exile. However, as we return to the land, as these conversations progress, as humanity's changing, it is up to us right now to instantiate and come back to our real path, which has ramifications of less focus on the technical. I don't want to say less focus, but less, let's say, stressing the technical and the masculine form of the body of this exoskeleton of religion via exile, and now raise up the feminine and our connection to the land. And we have to, us people in the land together with God, and that does and should lead us to a rejuvenation of tradition, of Torah, and I mention this often that there's a rabbi named Rabbi Cook that I'm very fond of, and he calls the Talmud, the tractate we were talking about, the great band-aid of the exile. But we are, and I know Jacob's going to hate this, so yeah, we're not out of exile, but I think we're out of exile to a certain extent, and we need to take off that band-aid carefully and realize that certain things have healed and allow us to now focus on other things. We are here to have discussions. We are here to promote and promulgate our wisdom to the world. So some of that has to happen. Like a perfect example of this would be, I mentioned to Jacob before that the movement of the Noahide movement only becomes relevant during this time, because the Noahites as a people need the nation of Israel for them themselves to be recognized, because they work in tandem. And for the Noahites to be able to create a community and a version of a Noahite religion, they require the Jewish nation to approve of that and to recognize that. And it's been 2,000 years since we had the opportunity to even see ourselves as a nation, to allow us to start figuring out, okay, what would this actually look like if we were trying to do so? Clearly, we're still fumbling. But when I talk about miracles, like a 6-day war, coming back, revigorating our language, instituting these things, like this is, if you showed this to anyone 2,000 years ago, he would be flabbergasted. He'd be like, this is the most phenomenal thing in the world. So, and I mentioned this to Jacob, that I see us, there was promises made to the fathers, and we are the sons here to collect, and we are here, our sons here to manifest these things. And that's why the tradition is something that's very sensitive to me, because clearly you need the tradition and you want the tradition. However, you also have to realize those traditions themselves weren't always there. Some of these traditions were adapted. Some of these traditions were innovated. So I am constantly pushing local rabbis here to at least get their wheels spinning with how would they want to change. So when I post this thing about the engineered meat, that would be an example of someone saying, okay, I'm making a decision. I'm making a decree. X would now, I don't think anyone, it says in that article that the ultra-Orthodox are not accepting this. That's fine. They clearly wouldn't. But 10, 20, 30 years from now, they probably will. And that's sort of how that happens.
To answer your question,
whose question?
Chezi,
Jason's? Okay.
Jason's question, yes. Chezi isn't actually what's called a posek, a rabbi who decides such things. But
I'm not a rabbi at all.
Well, kind of. But he, like all of the rest of us, he argues with the rabbis constantly, because that's what Jews do.
Well, no, I mean, I was curious. I feel like that whole idea is incredibly hard to navigate and work through, and I'm still not even sure how to do that as well. But I mean, I feel like personally, I mean, I've even had to do that even within Christianity. Let's take these. It's a frustrating process, because you almost feel like I'm being a rebel, and it's like, why am I always a heretic? Like, why we've had this tradition for as far as I can remember. Why am I questioning it now? It's like it has to encounter the question, and there's this weird way. Like, I'm still not sure. Like I said, I'm not sure how to navigate it or what it all means. But where the tradition or the truth or whatever actually is, it's like the seed, and it goes into the question, into the womb, into that space, and somehow it doesn't. It's weird, because it's almost like it dies for a time or something, or it at least feels like it's dying, but then it now comes back out much more and much greater. But I don't know if there's something to it as well, because when you quoted that verse, gosh, was it? I don't remember if it was in Hosea.
From Hosea?
Yeah, and there's another thing too where Pajot's talked about, about virginity, and that the wife or the feminine is actually dedicated. So I don't know if there's a difference between like a virgin womb as well, as in, because it's talk about feminine being chaos, but I don't think the truth just falls into some, like, say,
That's
it gets
not
just
a very,
swallowed up by this immense form of chaos. But
that's not a Jewish thing. The feminine being chaos, I think, is just wrong.
Well, what's like chaos as in potentiality? Well,
yeah,
clearly
that
feminine.
makes more sense. But yeah, like, I mean, I don't think.
1 second, guys. 1 second. Sandy wants to say something.
Only
Oh,
the
sorry.
question, where is your reference from, Jason? Where is it from?
I'm sorry. What do you reference?
Yeah, what were you referencing that Jacob said was not very Jewish? You're bringing that up.
Oh, I was just bringing up it wasn't necessarily a verse. I was kind of referencing. It kind of goes back to Jordan Peterson's talks, I guess, right? Where he's like chaos and order, chaos. So, and I don't think the order or the tradition like gets swallowed up and devoured by chaos. Like that doesn't seem right. It seems like it goes into a womb, which could be something more like potentiality or something like
But
that.
so see exile as a 2,000-year womb, okay? And now there, I mentioned this constantly ad nauseum. Shuva elai ve'ashuva elechem. Return to me, and I will return to you. So it requires us to sort of pick up the mantle that this is what we want to do. We want to rejuvenate, and we talk about chadesh yamenu kekedem, renew our days as old, right? So you have like it contradicts itself in a certain way. What do you mean renew it to how it was? But there's a renewal that's based on the ancient tradition. It's obviously it's hard to have that balance. And I mentioned this phrase once to Jacob, and he raised his eyebrows, but I'm not making this up. But there's something called there's Torah Moshe, there's the Torah of Moshe, and there's the Torah of the Messiah. And the Torah of the Messiah is not that it's more complete than the Torah of Moses. However, it is here to, they say when Moses died, there's 3,000 different laws were forgotten, and when and during over the years and over the decades and over the centuries, traditions were lost, traditions were added on. We are here to rediscover, and part of that rediscovering, and which is why the reason I was sort of hooked into this channel, is doing that together with our brothers in these religions. And that's how we, in a certain way, how we get to us to understand more, learn more. How do Christians and how do Muslims see us, and what can we learn from that? How do Muslims and Christians deal with their concept of forgiveness and sin, and how does that relate to ours, and where could we be looking at this? We have in the Torah, we have the 70 faces of the Torah, but that's also a play on the idea of the 70 nations going back to the Tower of Babel. We are here to create one voice again, and one voice doesn't mean all of us being the same. Unity in multiplicity, but we need to create that again. I don't know if I'm rambling.
No, go and ramble. I need to think for a minute.
Jason, sorry, go ahead.
No,
Did that explain to you why I talk about this all the time, or
no?
Answer your question?
I mean, yeah, it does. But I mean, I'm right with you. It seems like we're all talking about this a lot anyway. I wasn't trying to pick it out. I just didn't know. It seems like I feel like you probably feel the pressure of it a lot more than I do. Maybe I don't know why. Maybe the and everything, and it seems, and probably being a parent as well, you have to navigate these things a lot more than I do. I kind of get to speculate at them, where you actually have to live these things and deal with the tradition, and how do you present it to a new generation, upcoming generation, and when you're getting all these things.
Jacob doesn't like when I say this, but part of the reason where I feel a sense of urgency is because of it has to do where we are politically, what you've seen going on, in the culture, politically and culturally. It has to do with where we are biologically and technologically. And I know Jacob thinks the AI is not taking over, and I don't think like the Terminator's coming. I do think though that culturally and scientifically and technologically we are, and Brett Weinstein talks about this term of niche switching, which I recommend people listening to. But basically his idea is that as a species, we know how to adapt. We know how to niche switch. And we do that every few years, every few, decades, as the world sort of changes, we adapt and learn how to adapt with it. However, the rate of change has grown exponentially, and we don't have enough time to adapt. And I'm copying that, and I'm using that specifically to how religions try to adapt their tradition. And less so in Islam, more so in Christianity and Judaism. That is a long process for that to happen. For a tradition to be changed or renewed, or an opinion to change on how we look at certain aspects. And what I'm saying is that we are going to be left behind because the rate of change is so great that we don't have the luxury anymore to wait that long. And that doesn't mean that the world is forcing now, let's say it's called the divine, to bend to it. However, I think it requires the people dealing with these topics to realize that they need to dig deeper and see how the wisdom they already have has answers for this, but they need to take off they need to stop interpreting it on the level of exile. They need to now start interpreting on a different level, on the level of renewal, which again is complicated and dangerous and means that blood will be shed. And I don't mean that like literally, I just mean there will be bifurcations, just like there were bifurcations with the Pharisees and the Tzaddokim. It's sort of inevitable. However, I think we'll get torn apart if we don't realize that there has to be some sort of change. And I'm not the one to do it. I'm only just trying to make people aware of it. And just an example. So the Chat GPT just managed to pass an MBA exam. Okay. The example would be, can I have the Chat GPT be my supervisor for dietary restrictions, right? Can I have the Chat GPT give me answers for religious decrees? And if the answer is like no, because it doesn't know, and if the answer is yes, what are the relations then with rabbis like? There are many, many ramifications to these kind of things. Yeah, I just don't think, while I think our operating system, I sound like a broken record, our operating system is a phenomenal operating system. However, it's still, it operated great for 2,000 years. It requires updates.
Did you have something to say, Sandy? You look like you did.
Well, if I didn't, I wouldn't have come on. So I went probably at least 4 points or questions. You're an interesting group of people here. And probably an okay place to ask some stuff. I went and talked to my ex yesterday about just this trip to Israel. And just some of the stuff. I go and I talk to him about well, I don't delve deep into it. But I do pick his brain on some of the philosophy and theology things he likes to talk about. He's also CRC background, Jacob, so that's kind of although I'm still blamed for taking him home. I popped on because listening to Hezi makes me think a lot about why I joined the Voices channel that from CRC that Paul, I don't know, you guys got a competition thing going or something for who's on each other's channel that's on each other's stuff. But anywho, I don't want to say I'm trying to problem solve something. I kind of feel like I'm sounding like I'm listening to Hezi problem solve and just talk out loud and process out loud all the stuff he's thinking of. And I love this idea of going over there, and I want to go over with the Bridges of Meaning group, but I have had zero involvement in it. And all I'm seeing at the moment is that I really want to go. I would not mind staying in a hostel or wherever, actually. I wouldn't. I've stayed stupid places, like cabins and stuff on retreats. So it's, when I listen to you, Hezi, I feel like I'm listening to Paul and the people over at the CRC, all trying to decide whether they're going to blow up because of the people that are, I think you said something about harping on tradition. I can't decide if they're going to blow up one direction or the other direction. But listening to what's going on there reminds me of listening to what you're discussing going on in your context. And this just feels very significant, and I really don't know what I want to share, except that just to say that I really am noticing patterns of stuff, and I don't know enough about the ongoing listening of patterns from the last 5 years or however long you guys have been doing this. I just know the things I listen to in my life. So I'm going to go, and it scares the crap out of me because I don't travel or go anywhere except to my family up north. I don't think I've been off continent since I was 11 when my grandfather took me to Scotland. But I'm going to go with you guys to over to there and do whatever. That is if you'll have me. I'm one of those weird Christian people that used to sit at the back of the room at conferences because they would. Jason, did you mention charismatic stuff or something? Yeah, I hung with those guys.
Probably.
I did. Yeah, I'm sorry, but I did. I was on the inaugural board of one of the missions, sort of stuff like that. Yeah, and my mom was a legal secretary, and I'm going, oh my gosh, you guys can't turn in this paperwork that the guy that you hired from wherever just had you do, and you think it's perfect because you have 3 mistakes on it that I can see, and I don't know anything about anything, and I can see them. Why the heck aren't you? So yeah, I'm kind of scared to be going because I backed out of everything for 6-7 years, church, the whole shebang. And
no, you go. I'm excited. I'm excited if you go.
I'm gonna go.
So much fun. Yeah.
Like I'm gonna tell my sister. She's been to, her and her husband have been to oh crap, what's it called I was gonna say English, not English. Not the English ones, Myanmar. They've been to Myanmar because he has friends over there from some of the stuff that they go on, like your sisters. So they've done the long air trips and stuff, and will be able to direct me about how you last a long air trip or whatever it is, and all those things. But I have no clue about how to plan on the other end, has he? Not a speck. So Jacob can talk about all the wonderful people over here that know how to plan their own vacations. I am not one of them, so I would like some pointers on what to do, where to stay, and if I need to book stuff, how that works. I'm going to talk to Sherry, see if she's going.
I think she'd want to go. Look, no pressure, but I need to know by tomorrow.
Okay.
I need to
Yes. I'm definitely going. I just don't know any details yet.
I think it would be fantastic.
And I really liked some of what, maybe because I have done conferences and things and in other contexts and sort of always hung out on the edges. I really liked some of what you were suggesting. I know personally, I would like to do some of the simple things. I have very purposefully avoided friends who've gone on Israel trips because I'm kind of like, I'm sorry, I'm not going for the hoopla. I just want to, I've never wanted to go for the hoopla. Let's take all the big trips and do all the sites and this and that. That's not why I want to go. I'm not sure why I want to go. I just know that I am going. So,
yeah.
But I'm kind of excited for what you guys are saying. But just be aware I'm seeing overlaps. If you're thinking something significant's going on and I'm listening to all this stuff over there, and yeah, you sound like a good CRCer at the moment, and that's not a great thing. Because they're talking about, church splits and everything that's going to blow up. And
yeah, it's happening all over. I think you're right. I mean, it feels like.
Oh, and people at work, all like you were talking about shifts and how we can't keep up quickly. I'm sorry, but I work retail. I have been hearing this for like the last 3-4 years constantly, just from working and trying to,
Would you say? So, Sandy? Would you say that maybe religious organizations have trouble keeping up quickly?
I think they probably have the most trouble keeping up quickly because they've got a lot more anchors holding them down.
Yeah, that's true. Maybe that's a good thing. I don't know, because I feel the same way. Like even in kind of when going back to when I was talking to Jacob about just certain people I know here personally. Like I can't talk to most people about like a lot of the theological stuff we talk about on here. Not that I wouldn't. It's just like I can't because I don't know what it is. It's like they're not even on the whatever this is that's happening, and we're all kind of on this ride, and things are happening, and it's happening all over, and all these changes are kind of taking place. It's like it feels like there's like the people in all the religious circles I'm around are just not. Most of them are not. I don't know, even keeping up or something.
There's a term in Israel called hadata. I don't know if you know that term, Jacob. It's like it's like a political thing that people talk about. Basically, hadata means you're sort of religifying. You're turning. You're pressuring people to become more religious. So you have like in schools in Israel there'd be, why did this teacher talk about this blessing? That was a hadata. That was like a religifying of like you're pushing this on. I don't think that needs to be the term, and that's sort of the problem. And this goes back to like the rabbis, the religious political rabbis in Israel that are in government right now, having like this Passover law. I think it needs to be and this goes back to like the meaning crisis, like re-explain meaning. You could even re-explain it via this issue on Passover, but not as a top-down dogma, but as wise up, realize the amazing wisdom that you have, and like that goes back to tying your shoes. Like I think it's much healthier to embody and show and explain to a child like about orientation and how to do so than saying the pressure of this is how one must tie his shoe, and if he doesn't do so, it's there's 5 bad points get taken off, or like it's not how to do that. And I think going back to the meaning crisis and even Paul's conversations, this is what people are sort of trying to navigate. And you talking about, Jason, about like, why do I have to feel like a heretic? Because you're saying I still feel Christian. Like you're talking to your mom and to your grandmother, she like they're looking at you and you were having this conversation recently, and you're telling them like this is like I'm still with you, but yet like suddenly you feel like you're in a different room because they're like not understanding you. And you realize in these conversations that many times we're talking about the same thing, or there's a similar pattern, or we're getting to the same conclusion, and it requires all this conversation to get there. And like it seemingly on Sunday in church, I guess it's not enough time for people to like realize like what the message that's trying to be taught. This is really why I'm involved like in this channel, is because of that, because I see the potentiality of how powerful this could be, because this is a people talk about distributive cognition. I like calling this like a little mind palace. But this is a place where you could, I'm trying to reinvent the wheel. Bridge of the meaning, a bridge towards meaning.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep. Well, guys, I might.
All right, guys. On my end,
almost.
I gotta get to do some work.
Okay.
All right. See you, Hezzy.
Jacobim, thank you so much.
Have a great
I
day.
gotta head out too. It's like almost
Right.
2 a.m. here.
Yeah, me
Good
too.
night.
It's
Oh,
2
okay.
a.m.
But Sandy,
yeah,
it was really good to see you again. I
Yeah,
always like seeing you in the chat. I like seeing you better when you hop on too. It's
I
fun.
know. I'm gonna take away that verse from Hosea. I dropped it in the chat, but one of the things I'm thinking about. Well, actually, I'm thinking a lot about things, Jacob, that comes out of the ineffective reading I'm doing of Halachic Man, because it has those the separate together things,
Mhm.
and some of the stuff in the conversation today, it has a similar tenure or texture to me. And even the thing from Hosea where you're talking about submission and how. I have a feeling that's one of those concepts that's kind of either or and then can meld in our concept of God as well. But then I tend to overthink a lot of things. I've spent a lot of time alone reading and thinking.
Well, I'll tell you, as far as the trip to Israel goes, you're definitely overthinking it. It's not a. It's honestly, we once we figure out a time. Israel is a tourist place. It's like a huge part of the economy is tourism. So people are used to tourists.
We'll bring some
And-
money and buy some stuff. Okay.
And yeah, and the fact is that it's also a place people live, and it's a very, very small place. You have to realize, at
Not
its
interested
thinnest,
anymore. It's
I-
just a place with people.
at its thinnest, Israel is 10 miles wide. 10 miles wide.
That's crazy. That's crazy. Yeah, I'm excited. Well, send me when you get dates, whatever. Let me know. I'll start saving now, and I plan on going. So, I would. love
Yeah, I was looking. The time I was thinking of is apparently in the middle of Lent, which surprises me.
to.
But
It's okay. I'm Protestant, so and
You
whatever.
can't take pastors during high church days.
Did Paul
Well-
wouldn't go.
so it
Is he
says
They're supposed to be.
apparently Lent is starting February 14th, 2024,
Yeah. Okay, so it's early.
which doesn't make sense because Passover is going to be, I don't know. Anyway, the fact is
Here-
the person whose name we have not announced yet is the person who's going to be making all these decisions anyway, and it's all his fault. And hopefully, in the next couple of weeks, we are going to announce who this man is, and we're we're hopefully going to make a lot of announcements, and things
it's
are going to
Mitch.
move forward. What?
Mitch said I bet it's Mitch.
It's not Mitch, although very close. His name does start with an M, and a lot of people already, because I let it slip, but like
He
a lot of
already
people already know.
If you're a diligent student, you could figure it out.
Yeah, yeah. But so yeah, things. I mean, like Vervaeke says, we live in a chiral moment. There's a lot of things that are happening, and that is scary, but it doesn't need to be, because it can be hopeful and faithful, and yeah. Wow, and Grizz is awake. Who woke Grizz up?
Oh, because now that he popped in here, I do want to say that little trio dynamic you and Paul and Grizz had for that short bit, that was really good. That was some good content the other day. It was funny.
Well, convince Grizz that he doesn't need to hide behind that silly name. I hate calling him Grizz.
Grizz, what's his? I don't know his real name. That's all I know.
I do, but I won't say it because he hates it when I do.
Does it start with an M? Is he this man? Is he this mysterious man?
Well,
eh,
he could be named Marion, like John Wayne, or Leslie, like some very great men in Britain. Or
I really hope so. If Grizz goes, I really do hope he rides in on a donkey. That would
Grizz's
be-
real name
that would
is
make
Let
the
Me
troll
Speak
trip.
to Pharaoh.
All right.
okay.
Well, I have to head out, you guys. I'm sorry. You all have a good night. So,
No,
Love you
I'm
both.
gonna go too. Tomorrow comes eventually, and I'm up late because I do not have. I've canceled physio because we had a storm here, so I'm able to sleep in the morning. Hey, Grizz. All right. I'll talk to you later, Jacob, or I'll go and let you talk to Grizz.
Good night.
Where's my out button? There it is.
It's the red button towards the bottom. Are you coming on, Grizz, or am I turning off the thing? I'm getting tired. Grizz is streaming in 10 minutes, so I'm going to bed. Good night. The Hebrew for let me speak to Pharaoh, in biblical Hebrew, let me speak to Pharaoh. Biblical Hebrew. Let me speak. I'm not sure that really translates. Let me speak to Pharaoh. I could do I want to speak to Pharaoh. I could do I need to speak to Pharaoh. I could do Pharaoh should speak to me. I have no clue what you're trying to say, and I'm tired. I am going to go to bed. It was nice meeting all of you. Good night, people.